here and tweet it out. And there we are. Obligations done. Stream over.
Get in, boys.
Woo!
We had a good run.
That's right. Okay.
Will you need to leave to pick up your roommate?
Yes, I will. It will
Okay.
be a thing. I will have to leave you to entertain the people.
Oh. Well, unfortunately, I'm eating supper.
Yes, well, in an hour, less than an hour, a little less than an hour, will you also still be eating supper?
Potentially.
Ah, I see.
Depends on how hungry I am.
Fair, 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 fair. Absolutely fair. Alright. Well,
I will probably talk to them about Thymesia.
that's fair. Well, potentially the video will also still be a thing that you can, the videos can be a thing that you can still respond to without me, in fact.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the stream. Oh, also, I should get this.
Oh, you're good.
Also, the second link you sent me, I will not need anymore.
Okay. Good to know. In fact, it's gone.
Whoa!
Magic.
What witchcraft?
I've been practicing.
Vile sorcery.
Well, hello out there, and
And I'm
welcome
your second host,
Back-
Captain Chiral.
back to TableTalk
Back at it again.
discussion
With the
and
white vans.
discourse. And as always, I'm your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95, though I don't feel it sometimes, to be fair. And we're here today to talk about some stuff. Because there's some interesting videos that I have found. And I think that they will spark an interesting conversation. So, something to note. Apparently, doing that one D&D stream was actually like a good idea, because it bumped us up quite a few people in the subscriber count, which is weird. But like,
It's the popular thing to discuss.
I guess so. Well, this is the thing. We're late to it, like super late to it. So I was kind of like expecting it to not be as popular as it was, but it shot up to like our second most viewed video in the top 10 videos that we've put out recently. So,
Oh, damn.
yeah. I mean, it's not big numbers, but like, it's still a lot more than I thought it would be. Because I'm like, people have talked about this. Why would people care at this point,
Can I weigh in on my 1D&D opinions? Because I did not get the chance to at the time.
You know what? I would love for you to give me your 1D&D opinions, since you were not there at the time and were not able to at the time.
So, excuse me.
Oh.
I have very limited hands-on experience with 1D&D. I haven't read through it much at all. Most everything I know is admittedly off of memes off of Reddit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I can send you the PDF of the actual thing.
Would you? I would be
Yeah.
interested to peruse it.
Or wait. No, sorry. I can't send you the PDF because it's it was exclusively on D&D Beyond, but we read it out on stream. So yes. Okay. I'll give you the login information because I put it under our TableTalk account, so you can just log in at any time.
All right, cool.
I'll do that later.
So, I, as always, support like the fact that Wizards of the Coast is being like, dude, it is your game.
Sure.
Do what you want.
Sure.
However, they seem to be emphasizing that a bit too much this go around.
Okay.
Like, there's, at least on Reddit, a lot of sentiments of, um, well, why do I even care about a new rule system if it tells me to do whatever I want anyway? As if,
Sure.
like,
As if that,
players
yeah.
are beholden to an official rule
Yeah.
set.
It's almost like nothing has changed, but apparently the sentiment has.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I don't support the changes to crits.
Okay, yeah.
That
That's
a
fair.
nat 20 is always
Always
like
a
a nat 20
success.
was always a crit. But
Sure.
now they're like, oh, even if it's impossible, a nat 20 is now always a
Yeah,
success.
that's very strange.
And that seems to be taking agency out of the DM's hands.
Hmm.
Um, Furthermore, um, the fact that monsters can't crit
Yep.
seems wonky to me.
Yep.
Like, I understand the 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 temptation as a prospective DM when balancing encounters to not have to worry about the potentiality of a crit.
Hmm.
Um, it can make things easier to balance, and I get that. However, get good. Um, like, I typically just when I balance encounters, I just don't take the potentiality of crits into account.
Hmm.
And it has only bit me once
Mm.
in my years of DMing.
Yeah.
Um, which was naturally a crit and then a high roll. And I was like, ooh, oh no, oh mama.
Hmm.
Um, but like it created an interesting moment narratively, which is I think kind of the point of combats in D&D.
Mm.
Because they're not there just simply to add difficulty. I mean, surely they are there to add difficulty, yes,
Yes.
but like they're a good catalyst
Yep.
for interesting moments developing.
They very much can be.
And
Yeah.
this, what felt like a unlucky crit at the time, definitely resulted in a lot of like character growth from the cleric.
Yeah.
Um, as he immediately went from a very gung ho, kill them all esque character
Mm.
to like being being the brunt of the party in terms of negotiating peace.
Gotcha. Yep.
Um, so I think that monsters not being able to crit is stupid.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, this is
and
anyway. Go on. Sorry.
uh, one D&D is very much like, hey, you do what you want to do in your games. And I'm like, thanks. I will have my monsters continue to crit.
Yeah.
Um, that's about it. Most of the changes I've seen thus far seem interesting.
Sure.
They seem to be going a little bit more Pathfindery,
Yes.
like a little more
Yes.
math heavy, which
Very
is
much.
nice.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Um, I'm disappointed that they are taking on the Microsoft numbering system.
Yep.
Um, and that is where I'm kind of at.
Um, Considering playtest stuff and it's 2 years down the line, right? I really feel like they're gonna go back on the critting thing and a few other kind of changes that they've posed. Because I feel like playtesters will not go for them, though I can't be sure about that, obviously. But I think a majority of people who are going to hopefully playtest and have a voice and actually like contribute to that kind of thing will probably say, no, it doesn't feel right when I can't crit myself because the monster doesn't seem like it can have a chance as much because I don't know. It's one of those things where it feels like to me the monsters are going to be, instead of being a 2 round average, being less than that,
Yeah.
without the ability to crit, um, and with the always succeeding no matter what kind of things. But we'll see. And
Do you remember? I know we discussed a while ago a a character looking for a book, and it
yes,
was going to be like this huge um a whole arc
yes,
basically for this character, and then oh, they nat 20 the search for it in the ship that they were in, and they found it.
yes, exactly. It's a very strange way to go about it, and I don't think it's something that's going to like. Some people might use that rule just because they like that idea, and that's fair enough. Good for them. Do whatever you want. But I think a majority of people, even if they publish and implement that rule, are going to kind of want that more believability in the circumstances of things happening.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, even if people don't like a lot of realism, there is a step too far. There there is a step too far in the fantasy where it's like, okay, well, I don't know about this.
um yeah, because if I were a player at a table
Mm-hmm.
and across from me, someone's like, the barbarians, like, I want to fly up with my wings
Mm-hmm.
that I don't have,
Right.
and punch the dragon in the face,
Yes.
and rolls a nat 20, and the DM just goes, so and so takes off the ground. Like, that would immediately kill the moment for me.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. 100%. And again, I really think that it's not going to go that way for like most people because it's like that's just silly, right? Like at that
Yeah,
point, it'd just be like, all right, I don't know why aren't we just like playing pretend with nothing, right? We'll just tell each other what happens basically, and that's all we need
yeah.
to do. Um, so yeah, I don't think it's gonna go that bad. I really I think it's gonna be completely different from, hopefully. Well, not hopefully. I guess there's some things that I would love to see implemented, and other things that I would be like, we can leave that. That's fine.
Yeah.
But that's just how playtest material is, right?
I mean, one D&D is essentially just Unearthed Arcana by a different name right now.
Yes, exactly. Um, uh, when we were looking at it, there's a thing about lineages where they don't have sub races anymore, which is fine. But elves still have lineages, so they still kind of have it. Dwarves don't have any, and I think there was one other that did, and it felt really strange. Gnomes also have it. And it felt really strange because it's like if we're going to give it to some and not all, I don't see why. It just means that
Yeah,
elves and gnomes are just better than dwarves in a way because they just get additional shit. Though it might all equal out. Again, playtest material, but even so, it does feel a little weird and cheaty or cheat. It makes a dwarf feel cheated to not have like an ancestry of like these are the hill dwarves and they get this bonus, right? Because I think that is something that a lot of people really liked about 5e is the subrace kind of thing, where it's like you're not just an elf, right? I mean you could be not just an elf always before, but this was like one of those things of, and because you're not just an elf, you also get, right? um so it
yeah.
was it was
I,
sorry, it was a
um,
combination of mechanical things that benefited you as well as your own like narrative kind of things that you could have.
yeah. I actually sort of, kind of like the like humans, for instance. Just
Mm,
pick a proficiency, like
mm-hmm.
two stats go up by one, or one stat goes up by two.
Yep.
Boom, done, done, done.
Yep.
Um, because that's kind of how I do things in my own games.
Right.
And I think that like dwarves, for instance, would be heavily benefited by just the same system. Like take every bonus that every lineage gave
Mhm.
before, and then just like put it in a table
Yeah.
and say like put it in front of a player's face and say pick one.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, so we'll see what happens with 1D&D. But hello everyone in the chat. And I'm going to read what you said now. Ability scores and levels probably aren't necessary, but they're one way of handling things, and I like them. Yes. That's the topic today, by the way. We're going to be talking about ability scores and levels in D&D and like why we still use them, if they're necessary still, if we want to change things about them. Are they dumb? It's a whole thing.
I saw Lux's comment
Mm-hmm.
and I did not read the title of the stream yet.
That's fair.
So I thought it was 1D&D related, and I was like, they got rid of ability scores and levels? What the fuck?
That would have been funny. But yeah.
Like I felt the tension in my chest.
We'll come back to that because I have more to say on that, but I want to go through all the stuff about 1D&D. And August also was saying, I'll read all of that again when we get to that point of the conversation. But right now, I'll read about the 1D&D stuff. So August says, I don't approve of the crit always or fail system with 1s and 20s nowadays. I'm preferring critical successes in ranges. Like Pathfinder 2e, right? And yeah, I think I prefer that a lot more because you have more of a ability to do it, as well as you can like tailor that ability with like feats and such, right? Like how in Devils and Dice, if for those of you who have not watched it, Brogan has a fighter who he has built specifically to crit on like fucking 16s.
17 up.
Yeah, 17 up. Sure. It's crazy and it's cool, right? And it's something you can do. And it would fit right into like a Pathfinder thing where you have like 5 over or 10 over the DC of something, or sorry, the AC of something, and you could crit on it. It would fit right in. It's just one of those things where it'd be, you know, based off the feats and such. And it's cool. Also, hours have changed and I'm already at work. Plus side is no longer driving them. Did I miss something? Hold on. No, I didn't. Okay. Plus side is I'm no longer driving in the middle of the stream. Downside is I'll be more distracted the whole time. That's all right, Lux. You're good.
That's what VODs are for.
That's right. Exactly. Khan says, by making Nat 20s auto success, Wizards of the Coast is encouraging bards seducing dragons. Yes.
Yeah.
August then says, casuals hate math, though they won't like that. I don't know. Simple math is simple math, you know? It's one of those things. I'm hesitantly okay with creatures not getting crits on a nat 20 by default because it opens up the design space to give creatures new and unique abilities that trigger on a nat 20. Sure.
I would be all right with a special ability that triggers on a nat 20.
Yeah, if we're going into a way that the monster will still get something, right? That would be fine, right? As long as it's cool and it works.
Or like have a creature that's designed to like just wade into the middle of the party and start tanking blows.
Yeah.
And if in nat 20s it sets off an AoE.
Yeah. It would be super cool. But again, this is Wizards when have they added complexity and nuance? Well, they did before. This 1D&D system, or this
then
1D.
Then they started asking RPG Pundit his opinion.
That's right. They did do that. This 1D&D is just 5e in bubble wrap, and I hate systems that baby or protect players with no effort. If a DM/GM wanted to fudge a roll to help a player, that's fine, but now you have to have bubble wrap system. So I wouldn't go that far. Because again, we are just at the very edge here of it. The no crits from monsters thing does kind of push it that way a bit, I would say. But it's if we get a suitable replacement, quote unquote, right? I think it'll be fine. It really everything really depends on what they do next, right? I if it all works really well, they make monsters much better to compensate for the fact they can't crit, right? They fix their CR system so that it actually works right, and you can actually kind of have a way to kind of tell that that's going to happen and be balanced for your party and such and what they can do.
Real quick, I just want to bring JR Sonic up to speed.
Yes.
He asked how do crits work in D&D.
Right.
Unaltered in 5e, but they recently released some new playtest material for it's called 1D&D. It's meant to be the D&D 6e, I think.
No, 5.5 specifically.
Oh.
Yep.
And they said that a nat 1 is an auto fail no matter what. A nat 20 is an auto success no matter what. And monsters cannot crit you.
Yeah. That is what they have now made it. Or at least they're proposing to make it.
Yeah.
Before it was
yeah, again, this is playtest material, nothing's set in stone yet.
Yeah. We have 2 years, so we'll see. Before I go too much further, I want to just add the reasoning behind why I'm saying 5.5 is because they are doing the same thing that 3.5 did, where they're saying that all of the stuff from 5 that is the adventures and such will be compatible. So it's 5.5. It's not a whole new edition. Yeah. They're just revising the handbook and everything like that.
Yeah, it's just a different way to do 5e.
Yes. I would tend to consider monsters can't crit to be more of a guideline or suggestion than a rule because it's something you can easily disregard. Yeah, but if it's like an official kind of rule thing, it's one of those things that people are going to point at, and they're going to go, "This is a thing that they put in the rules, though," right? Which you can obviously counter and go, "Well, they also put that you can do whatever you want in the rules," right? So, but it's just one of those things where people really like seeing that in an official sense. Like adds weight to it, right? Regardless of how you personally consider that, it's one of those appeals to authority that kind of just is a thing with D&D and a lot of people.
Like it just feels to me that by entering this rule into the system, they are just opening the door to players who treat games as if it's player versus DM, and the DM crits, and they go, no, you're not allowed to crit me. I don't have to take full damage. Like, it just feels like this door is solely for the purpose of opening the door, or sorry, it feels as if this rule is solely to open the door to these arguments.
Yeah, it could become a problem. Good morrow. Hello, JR Sonic. I know we've addressed your question before, but good morrow to you. A rule would be roll 1d20 and add your attack bonus, then check the result against the target's AC to be determined whether the attack succeeded or not to be a rule. Well, so then I could just say that in the rulebook it says roll 1d20, and if your monster would get a crit on a 20, they do not. Like, that's just what could happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just adding if-then statements.
Yes, exactly. If you change that, you're just doing something completely different from how the system works. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It is the system, then, if they did that, right? I don't know. Dude, you have no idea how people get triggered for even asking to do simple math. It's a shame to see. I don't, because I don't talk to those kinds of people. I don't associate myself with people like that.
I am forced to talk to people like that. I have a coworker of mine who is passionate about board games.
Okay.
And I was like, oh yeah, let's talk about board games. And then I said, have you ever played Pathfinder 2E? And
Okay.
he went, ugh, yeah, Math Finder. And I felt a shiver go up my spine, and I'm like, well, it's not too bad. He's like, well, it's like 13 plus 47 plus 12 plus like 93. And I'm
Brother.
like, 72 plus 93 is 165, my guy.
Yeah, and
Like,
also, my man, you have a literal calculator in your pocket at all times.
yeah, like, well, I pointed out, and I'm like, dude, you work in science.
Eh,
You know how to do math.
eh.
And he's like, yeah, but I don't want to have to do math. And I'm like, then play a video game.
And also, like, you only have to do it one time, unless something changes, like, drastically. You add it up, you write it on your sheet, and you're done. Like, yeah. Anyway. Um, usually auto success slash auto fail on 20/1 on a die in 5e. Technically, if we want to be specific in 5e itself, it's not actually that way. It's only that way for attacks, right? They're changing it though, so it will be that way for
For skill checks as well.
yes, skills and everything, which is I hate that. I don't like that at all. But c'est la vie, I guess, if that goes through. If they rebalance monsters to make up for them not being able to crit, then it becomes more like a rule, because ignoring it would screw the players over a bit harder. Yes. Exactly.
I will say, the way that one of my games is run, the DM in that campaign has it so that a nat 20 is an auto hit. A nat 1 is not necessarily an auto miss.
Yes,
Because
exactly.
if like a target's AC is 11 and you have plus 13 to hit, even if you roll a nat 1,
Mm-hmm.
like he'll make something kind of like inconvenient happen to
Sure.
you, but like you'll still hit.
Yeah.
And monsters have that same rule,
Mm-hmm.
and I will say it feels good.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, in the certain situations, I'm fine with a one being a crit fail or not. Like, it really depends. And I think whenever Boo like does it, he doesn't do it a lot. It like makes us crit fail and such, and like does something
Yeah,
like to us. And he doesn't do it to the monsters too much either, and I'm fine with that. Like, it's just like a thing, right? And if it does happen, it's usually for like more narrative purpose. And I'm like, okay,
I generally tend to handle like crit successes. I allow to be crit successes.
yeah,
You cannot crit a skill check.
mm,
And in that one comes down to ultimately how generous is the DM feeling.
yeah,
Like in that one on the monster's part or on the player's part, I'm like, how vindictive do I feel like being?
yeah,
Um, and I may arbitrarily rule like, oh, you now also have a bit of dust in your eye,
mm,
versus like, oh, like your sword hits against the metal and it clangs, and your hand like feels kind of weird because of your sword vibrating, but you're fine.
yeah. Bu- 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 wait, does crit have its own dice, or is it just random bullshit go? No, it's not random usually. It makes sense in the narrative usually. It it can be random bullshit. It depends on your table, I guess. But it doesn't have its own dice set, no. Changing the system that way gives the Skyrim-esque players and rules lawyers an out. Yeah. By random bullshit, I mean dice. Oh, no. Yeah, no. Not like that. It's just more damage usually, or a better result in some cases, and a worse result in others. Also, that's not Mathfinder, that's your delusion. Don't confuse the two. Yeah, well, you know. When people see math, they go, it's Mathfinder. It's like, okay.
People see 12 plus 13 and they go, "Ooh,
They jump out of their skin.
stop it, Patrick! You're scaring him."
Hey, Indigo. Greetings to everyone. Hello, hello. There are a lot of things that are said in the DMG that most people haven't even read, like you should distribute treasure or how to lay out an adventure. I'm not sure those two would be considered rules either. So those ones are different. That's the thing. You should is not you will, right? And a how to lay out an adventure is an example usually that you can emulate or build off, right? It's different. I like the Starfinder way of confirming crits. If you roll a nat 20 and a 20 plus modifier would be a hit, it's a crit.
Intriguing.
Oh, okay. So like if it was like a 35, sorry, if it was like a 25 and you got a nat 20 plus your 5, it would be a crit. I get you. Okay. Neat. Unless you're thinking of them as rules you can use instead of rules you have to use or you're not playing this system. Oh, for the considering them rules? So, yeah, the DMG is one of those nebulous things in a way of like, a lot of it is rules, but a lot of it is also, here's an idea, right? It really just depends on the wording and how people interpret it. But a lot of those things are specifically rules. So it's one of those things of like, again, just wording, honestly. If we want to, if we really want to have a conversation about it, we have to get pedantic, right? Like that's where we got to be. If we really want to talk about which are actual rules, which aren't, which I'm fine with having that conversation if it comes to that, but it's not like something that I think is necessary. The 5e DMG might be the least read D&D 5e book. Yes.
Yeah.
Aside from the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide that nobody fucking bought. As well as, what was that adventure?
What's that? The winter one.
Yeah, Frost something or whatever.
What's in my mind is Rime of the Frost Maiden, and I'm like,
I think
no,
you're right.
That's not it.
No, I think you're right. Hang on.
Rime of the Frost Maiden is an old poem about the albatross and like it hangs around his neck.
It sounds I put Frosty Maiden? What the hell is wrong with me? Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. Yes, that is it.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Rime. Is that the same?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Hey now, I bought the Sword Coast Adventures Guide and read it 5 times. Hell yeah. You and me both. I didn't read it 5 times. I read it I read half of it 3. Because I don't care about the Sword Coast. I just don't. Hey guys, I have a question. Seems D&D is like an old-timey thing. Can you or can you not make a gun? Depends on the world. But there are rules for guns. Yeah.
D&D is ultimately just a way in which you describe and play around with the world.
Yep.
You can do a futuristic D&D setting.
They have specific rules, in fact, that are in there that are guidelines in the DMG. Hell,
in our campaign, TableTalk, Devils and Dice.
Oh.
Last Thursday, so we're a bunch of devils in hell, and typically more of like a fantasy setting, but like it's sort of like Gintama in terms of like comedic moments.
Yes.
But last week we had a mech battle.
That's right. You'll be seeing that tomorrow, everybody. If you tune in to the upload, it'll be going up tomorrow.
It was pretty awesome.
It was pretty fucking rad. Yeah.
Like, afterward, Boo was like, I know mechs are what you love, and I'm like, you're goddamn right!
The Sword Coast is boring. I don't know enough about it to make a claim or anything, but I just don't care enough to, like, look into it. If you deal with rules
Uh,
lawyers and don't just overrule them, it's going to get pedantic. Oh, well, so this is the thing. Again, we've talked about rules lawyers and such, right? But um, if we're talking about a like what I would consider more of a rules enforcer who really just cares about those, then yes. We're talking about somebody who just wants to like give you the rules so that you are more informed, then I consider them more of a lawyer, because the lawyer is there to help you. The enforcer is there to make sure that you follow the rules. So
I use the rules lawyer for both situations.
it's fair. That's the thing. I like to make sure that my definitions are known.
What you call a rules lawyer, I would define as more of a rules pundit.
Oh, okay.
Just a little way in, like, hey, by the way, this says this. If you don't want to use that, go for it.
Gotcha. That's me. Oh my god.
That would be veritably an RPG pundit.
Oh, nice.
Also, I gotta mute the call real quick.
Cool. We're just getting to the point where we can start the video. Hell yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Don't worry, you're good.
I keep him occupied for like a minute.
Okay. I think it's very funny that you have knights and wizards and there's just a motherfucker shooting somebody with an AK-47. I mean, you could do that. That's the thing. It's really up to you and how you balance things, though, because some people wouldn't want that, right? Some people would. In some settings are better for that kind of juxtaposition, right? I'm thinking of only 5e books. Oh, hello, welcome back. I'm thinking of only 5e books up to Tomb of Annihilation. All books from Tasha's to now are so bad that I tend to consider them non-existent. I wouldn't go that far because I don't know them enough, though I will say that Tasha's made me just forget about it most of the time. But I don't know if it's necessarily bad to that point, right? That would be something that I would have to like look through the books and actually judge them. But I think they're fine, mostly. I don't know. Hey now, some people live by Tasha's and will go on an epic crusade to destroy your 5e career for speaking such blasphemy. I agree with you, however, Indigo Dragon. Good for you, August. All right. So, today's topic, now that we have gotten to this point, I'm going to have to leave in about 20 minutes. So, our good lad here will have to carry the stream without me for about 20 minutes after I leave. And then you will be able to fill me in on everything that he said. Everything. I want a transcript.
Lux, you better be taking notes.
That's right. What item in the real world where you can't have in D&D no matter the settings, like a phone or a car? So this is the thing. Again, it really depends on your table and what the campaign is, because D&D, like the system, could be used for any setting. And I firmly hold that position, because it's just a rule set, at the end of the day. The traditional thing is fantasy, so usually not high technology, but I've seen it done, and it's kind of cool. I don't have a D&D 5e career. I decided to keep my sanity by playing Call of Cthulhu more. Hell yeah. There you go. My interest in 5e died before I even got involved with it. Nice. Okay, so topic today, we're talking about stats and levels, basically. And the first video we're going to be covering is from Nerdarchy. They had a video called D&D Ability Scores. Why are we still doing it this way? Which is an interesting question that I think we can discuss. So, why not? Let's discuss it a little bit. Aiden, do you think? Wow, okay. Do you think that the system that we are going with right now with ability scores is good, bad, passable?
I think that having an array of stats that
Mm-hmm.
you use is good.
Okay.
I think that based upon what your ability score is, having an appropriate modifier is also good.
Okay.
However, the changes I would make to the system
Ooh.
are I would use potentially um like reflexes or something. Like I would just add other stats to your ability score
Oh, interesting.
spread.
Okay.
Um because like typically dexterity is used for stats, but just because you're good at manipulating your fingers doesn't mean that you're good at reacting at the drop of a pin. Um
That's fair.
Likewise, I would also break down Constitution a bit
Mm-hmm.
more instead of like it just being straight health. I would have like different things for like how would I put this? I would separate out Constitution so that your health scales off of is different from what resists poisons.
Okay.
Um, to sort of make you feel like you have to choose.
I see.
Are you just going to buff up your defenses, or are you just going to just go straight health? Um,
I have a
I
proposition for you then.
um
What if we created those kinds of stats with combinations of the current stats? And by that I mean your reflex save is a combination of
of
half of
like
your dexterity and half of your wisdom
Dex of
put
int.
together.
Yeah, like average the two.
Yes,
That could be intriguing. I don't know. I'd have to do a bit of play testing to see how it would
of
feel.
course.
But that is certainly an interesting start.
It's just a way to kind of get to that point, right? Like
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can start kind of figuring it out from there. But I think I agree with you in the sense of parsing things out a bit more. Um, for specific things, but the the way that we kind of or sorry, the system itself seems like it needs to be revamped a lot more to kind of account for that. Um because other systems kind of do that in different ways. I will cite Vampire, 5th edition at least. Um the one that I'm most familiar with. The three core stats that you have are, I believe it's body, mind, and one other that I can't remember off the top of my head, which I should just go and pull the fucking book from wherever it is. Where is it? I think it's over here. Hang on. But there it is. Okay. So, sorry. Um, so you have your core three stats that everything kind of branches out from, and because it's a skill system, everything you have after that is based upon those, but they use combinations, right, to make it so that you make your rolls and such. And it works very well in that respect because the storyteller is able to call for these different stats or these different roles because of those combinations, whatever fits in the moment. So the core traits would be strength, stamina, and dexterity for your um physical kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Stamina. That was another of the stats that I wanted.
Yes. So yeah, you have your charisma, manipulation, composure, strength, dexterity, stamina, intelligence, wits, resolve. Those are all your kind of attributes that you would have under your kind of physical, social, and mental categories, right? And then you also have your skills from there. So you have three different kind of stats that fit into those three different uh attributes. So Yeah. Some you could call for strength plus uh let's say medicine, right? In a situation where you're trying to staunch the flow of blood out of somebody with all your fucking might, because that's what you know how to do. Whereas somebody more technical and more able to and more versed in the medical arts could use instead, if they had higher wits plus their medicine, right, to more accurately find where the clot is coming from, or where the blood is coming from, to like sew it up with like fishing wire and a needle or something, right? It allows for different situations, or sorry, the same situation have different results very easily when you just kind of look at it, instead of having to determine, do I use dexterity for the third time on this skill check, right, for these players only. But again, this is the skill-based system, which is very different from what D&D does, which I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I don't have a bias towards the skill-based systems. I really do. I like them a lot. So that's why I kind of go to them for examples like this.
Another of the changes that I was gonna propose,
Mhm.
Was so ability score modifiers
Yes.
are meant to represent how many standard deviations away from the mean you are.
Mhm.
So, like, generally, for those who may not know, a bell curve will have 66.67% of the population
Okay.
within one standard deviation to the left or to the right.
Right.
Within two standard deviations, you will have, I think it's 85% of the population.
Mhm.
And within three standard deviations, you will have like 97 or 98.7%. So it's very close to 100.
Right.
Um, and for those absolute freaks of nature
Yes.
who are 5 standard deviations away from the mean, a +5 to their strength doesn't in general feel like a meaningful difference. Like, it
Okay.
doesn't feel as if it's fully representing the utter freakishness um of their body.
Sure.
Um And sure, you can have like lower DC strength checks be a lot more stringent with like roll 3d6, like no re-rolls at all.
Mhm.
Or you could do something like that. Um Generally, um I don't know how have I don't know what changes I would propose to ability score modifiers
Mm.
aside from having them scale logarithmically.
Okay.
So, like a +1 is still +1. A +3 goes up to like a +4 to their strength. But like a +5 to their strength,
Mhm.
normally, like say their strength score is 20, will have like a strength modifier of like +10.
Mhm.
Um, that is the simplest fix I can think of. I'm sure you can come up with a lot more elegant of a solution
Sure.
if you put more thought into it. But that is sort of my quick and dirty, like, idle thoughts of one night that I then, like, wrote on a piece of paper in my brain and shoved into a dark corner.
Yeah. Um. Wait, are you telling me you can make anything in D&D with balancing, but people can't name a bartender? Yes. Yes, that is true. It's hard, dude. Names are hard. Um. If you want to see a D20 game without abilities and it only uses the modifier, check out True 20. Okay. I didn't know that was a thing. Good to know. I don't even remember half of what's been said in the last 5 minutes, but if you want to rely on me for notes, I suppose that's one option you can use. Thanks, Lex. I've been thinking 18 isn't the human limit, it's just the limit of what a PC is normally allowed to start with. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? 5e is weird, where you can't go past 20 without it being like magic. It used to not be that way, as you're aware, and as a lot of people are aware, but in 3.5, you could get up to like 40 in your stats, right? Because you're a fucking god. And the exalted feats and everything like that, it was incredibly like high up there with modifiers and such, and it kind of it made you feel like you were getting that way because you had those modifiers, right? And you got your base attack bonus that was like a plus fucking 15, plus 10, plus 5, right? When you get to level 20 for a lot of classes and all of that kind of stuff, you have the just it's a lot. To be fair, 5e has that in a way with proficiency to add to your scores, but I agree that with you, Aiden, that it doesn't feel like, at least with 5e, it doesn't feel like when you have a plus 5 in a stat, it's really much of anything. The way that I feel like things are changing is when I get advantage in something, like all the time, right?
Yeah, because like a +3 to a +5, that's like, big deal, a +2 difference. But
Yeah.
like, you are way more likely to see someone who is 3 standard deviations from the mean.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, you're still very unlikely to see them, but like, yeah, you'll see a few.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if you see someone who is 5 standard deviations away from the mean, that is like twice in your life.
Right, yeah.
And like, a difference of 2 doesn't feel reflective of that.
Yeah, and that's fair. It also, I mean, it also is tied to the whole level thing, right? You don't get really like good until you have level as well, because it's not just the attributes, it's just also what you can do because of your level. So the combination of the two is what makes it so it can feel like you're better at things. But if we go on a purely like attribute based thing, then it's like, okay. I started out as a fucking 18th strength guy with +2 from my sub race or whatever, and now I'm 20 strength, and now I'm just fucking bulky. But like, if somebody else had a really good day, they could probably do the exact same thing that I did.
Yeah. Like if I just am kind of feeling my oats that day, I shouldn't be able to walk up to like Halfthor Bjornsson and be like pussy.
Right, exactly.
Maybe making it so there's a minimum roll.
Oh.
A minimum roll that equals your strength modifier. Or just like
Okay.
minimum roll that equals your strength score, maybe?
I'm more inclined for the modifier. But we might have to change modifiers in a way, right? Maybe. Well, with 5e specifically, I would think, maybe you do it with just the modifier, and then you can do it to your proficiency plus your modifier, right? Or half your proficiency and then your full proficiency. We get those stages where it kind of just becomes like better and better. So we could start with the lowest thing, the potentially lowest thing, which could be the proficiency. Because that'll be lower than your best stat most of the time. Um, and then we get to stat. Well, so it would have to be, yeah, no, this would make more sense, because once you hit like 20, if 20 in a like a stat, then it would be like, okay, now we use the higher one. That's the +5. And this would have to also follow levels, right? So that once you hit, +5 in your proficiency, then you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to go like, oh my god, it's the same. Why wouldn't I be able to use? But then at that point, you hopefully have half your proficiency plus that modifier, and then full proficiency plus modifier, and then if we want to go to like godly tier, we do doubled or something, right?
Maybe.
I don't know. I'm spitballing here. I'm spitballing. But I will say, we've been talking about things that haven't been the video for so long that I have to leave.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So enjoy entertaining the masses, and I will be back in about 20-ish minutes.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All
I'll be
right.
listening.
Stop. All right, boys and girls, gear up, because now is when we abandon what we were talking about before and talk about my current obsession, which is the game Thymesia or Thymesia. I don't know. It looks like Thymesia. It sort of plays a lot like Bloodborne. If you have any thoughts on it, kindly let me know, because I would love to talk about it. Or we can talk more about a D&D, or like 1 D&D or 5e or whatever you want. Um I will say that it's easy to think of like the weaknesses of the ability score system as it currently is, but whenever you try to think of fixes, at least me personally, my mind kind of goes a bit blank. My day's going all right, JR Sonic. How you doing? Um, how is actually? I will expand that question. How is everybody doing? Like, how you doing, Lux? How you doing, August? How you go? That how you going? How you doing, Indigo? Good. Good to hear. Um, do any of you guys alive and good? Good. Um, if you weren't alive and also good, that would be, or how did I define this? I can't imagine you answering the question with anything other than being alive. Ooh, yo, Khan, what Tyranids do you have? I do not play Warhammer, but I absolutely adore it and will be looking up uh your models online. Injuries. Yo, what did do you mind sharing what injuries you have? Are you okay? I hope you're okay. I had my fair share of injuries, as you all know, when I went missing from the podcast a while back because I was like dead. Um, yes, I am. Oh, okay, Con. Alive and evil. Please, JR Sonic. We're just making the injuries that you went through a matter of public record now. Because I guarantee you, I am going to read your comment. Although, I think Alejo records the chats anyway, so. Oh wait, no, I think that's just automatic on YouTube. I don't know. Like I don't watch any streams on YouTube. When I watch streams regularly, they were on Twitch. Oh, there's one Tyrannid I love. I think it was Hornifex, I believe. Yeah. Oh no, Carnifex. Like I know they have like a relatively like major um role in like the books. Like they'll be like, "Oh, it's a Carnifex. Oh, look out!" But like, I love just the aesthetics of them, like the double sides. Like, oh my god, I'm looking at them now. Oh my god, what is the name of the Tyrannid that you can like birth other models with it? It's sort of like a troop transport, but like it is also alive. Uh, I'll just search troop transport. Uh, t- 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 uh, I do not know. Uh, oh, Necromunda, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yo, Jarasonic, that sounds gnarly. What is a Filipino motor? Is is that just like a motorbike? Filipino motor. It's a type of motorcycle? Yeah, they look cool. Also, like, how did you get weren't there spokes in the wheel? Still have those cars to this day. I bet. Hello, Alejo. I am interacting with the audience on a level that makes me feel like a VTuber. Oh, okay. Just the ones I'm looking at apparently do have spokes. Yeah, either way, it's a motorized. Well, it's fine. I can walk. Okay, good. Was excited about my train. I will absolutely look up what a trigon looks like on Trigon Tyranid. Oh, yo! It's like a snake. Oh, I love it. So like what role does it serve in like the army? Is it like Trigon? Similar to the Ravener, often leads their hordes into battle. Okay. Oh, it creates burrows. Oh, okay. So it's like a sapper. Yo. What is the new this new Warhammer game coming out. Uh uh no, not Dark. Is it Dark Tide? it must be dark. No, no, that just. Oh, you're one of the boys in blue. Uh, yeah. Either way, where I was going with this point was like I fucking want it because I am the biggest sucker for Warhammer. Okay, Necromunda, Shakuda 4, Necromunda Ash Wastes, but it's beyond expensive. Yeah, Con, I know of Old One Eye. How I look like. Gee, what the Yo, JR Sonic. Okay. So you tripped and got your face on the floor, and then you look like Two Face for a month or so. Um. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. That reminds me of I had food poisoning really bad when I was in high school. And like really fucking bad. Um, and when I like throw up, I tend to like apparently like tense the muscles in my face. Like or I don't know if it's necessarily the muscles or like just a lot of pressure that my head undergoes, but so much so that I will pop blood vessels. Um which resulted in my eyes like looking striped almost like diner mints. My eyeballs looked like that because like they just had stripes of red from like burst blood vessels in it, and it resulted in as the blood started getting like reabsorbed by my body. um like how when you bruise like it'll be like really like strong, and then as it fades it will start to turn yellow. My eyes did that, and my eyes looked jaundiced. And in high school I was a good boy. I went to class every single day, and there was of course the notable exception of the one time when I was sick my senior year, and uh people were like, oh, is Aiden really sick? And they just kind of doubted me until I showed up to school like the day after I was sick, and my eyes were yellow, and people were like, what is wrong with you? And I remember my friend asked me like a question, and I turned to look at her, and she immediately like tensed up. She's like, "Oh God, don't look at me." Um, and I still remember her saying, "Don't look at me" to this very day because I was like, "Bruh, I was sick. I'm sorry." Uh, get stabbed by broken glass because my classmates' polymer shattered. Dude, JR Sonic, when you put I'm guessing the hand in the chair, I'm going to guess that the chair was like a recliner or like something like upholstered so that like you couldn't see the glass, and then it like stabbed into you. Um Legit though, like you put your hand into the void. No, it's like I was running. No, but like I got stabbed by a broken glass because my classmate's bottle got shattered, and they put it in their chair, and I went through their. Uh, okay. Have you considered you are prone to collecting injuries, and then taking that into account? I say that as someone who is also prone to collecting injuries. Like when I got in. Yeah. Like, I am getting uncomfortably close to no longer being able to count the scars on my body on two hands. Yeah, no, I hear you. Like, that will absolutely, like, God is trying to, like, put me in the grave, and I'm like, I tried fighting you the one time I died and you didn't show up. You don't get to challenge me again. How expensive is Necromunda Ash Wastes Indigo? Let's see what Steam says. Necromunda. Wait, no, not library. Store. Necromunda. Underhive Wars. Can't be too expensive, Indigo. Like, Necromunda is just 39.99 on Steam, and all the DLC seems to be like aesthetic stuff for all 4.99, 3.99, 2.99, or 7.99. Yo, okay. Here is my breaking my arm story, JR Sonic. So I was snowboarding. I love snowboarding. And I was this was back when I was 15. Um so I was snowboarding at like one of the bigger mountains in Maine. It's Sugarloaf for any snowboarding people out there. I was at Sugarloaf and having a good time. I went with my friend who was a skier, and you know how like snowboarders at the tops of trails will like have to kind of sit down, do their other binding before they can start going. Skiers don't have that problem, and my friend who I went with, who was also a skier, just kind of left me and went down the trail, and I'm like, so I do up my binding, and I'm rushing to catch up with him, and uh, I don't know what trail I was on, but a like different trails were like merging onto it, and I saw this little like 6 to 8 year old kid just like hop on from the trail he was on onto the main trail which I was on. And common etiquette is that when your trail ends to join up onto a bigger trail, you look up the slope to see if people are going faster than you, and you kind of yield to make way for them. This kid did no such thing and hopped right out in front of me, and I was thrown in the precarious position of if I continue at the rate that I am going, because I was going fast, because I already snowboard fast, but I was also rushing, I will kill this child if I hit him. My options are I turn away, which I was going too fast to like be able to reliably turn, because trails were also icy because they were trying to spray snow on the trails, which only works so far as on this day, the snow that they were shooting out would land on the trails and then melt slightly and make the whole trail one big patch of ice. Um, so I can't turn, but I can try to brake, which braking on ice will oftentimes cause you to eat shit. Uh, or I can just intentionally crash and like just throw myself to the ground. I elected to try to break, which you take your heel edge and you sort of start dragging that, and then my edge caught. So instead of my heel edge like digging into the snow and my board being perpendicular to the snow, my edge caught and like flipped. So now my board was parallel to the snow, but perpendicular to the way the trail went. Then my front edge caught by my toes, and my board went back to being perpendicular to the snow, and I was flying through the air.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, hello.
Hi.
I landed with my right arm underneath my body and my left arm like out to the side. I was a half of a Jesus. And I landed and like just absolutely like died and skidded for a while. And I did not feel the pain of my broken arm immediately. Um because my whole body was hurting.
Huh.
Kid survived. Didn't say a word, just kept going, and I'm like, little prick, better appreciate the pain I'm going through. And that was when I tried to push myself up off of the snow with my working arm and my broken arm. That was when I noticed the pain. My vision kind of like it was like tunneled a little bit. So shifted my weight onto my left side. It just kind of like held my broken arm to my body, and I was like, maybe I just dislocated my shoulder.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just that. Okay.
Potentially.
And like started snowboarding down to the lodge to get looked at. I saw my friend on the way down, and he was like, "Hey, are you all right?" And I was like, "No, I broke my arm trying to catch up with you." And then kept snowboarding down.
Nice. That's great.
To his credit, he did feel like super bad about it.
Of course.
Like his family like was like they came to see me in the hospital when I like got surgery. And like they're like, if you need anything at all, please reach out to us.
Yeah,
and I was
fair,
like,
yeah.
that's so sweet, but no, it's fine.
Well, a lot of injury talk, huh? I heard a
Yeah.
little Warhammer talk, a little Necromunda talk, and then a lot of injury talk. Pretty cool.
Yeah. No one talked about Thymesia. I was very sad.
I'm sad. I'm sad for you. All right, here's the notes. I got swamped over here as soon as the lift, and I don't know what's happening now. Fair. All right, well, we're going to get back on topic. That's what's going to happen. Also, everyone was injured, I think. Very good. Thank you, Lux. I get that on my desk by Monday, and, well, you know, it'll be great. So, yeah, you did great, by the way. Good job.
Thank you.
Welcome. So
I really try, you know.
And I don't give you enough of praise that you deserve, okay? So let me just do that really quick here. You're great. All right, that's all you get.
Okay. I'm good for another 3 years.
Exactly. So, let's get to the topic, which was this video that is right now. D&D ability scores. Why are we still doing it this way? By Nerdarchy that we haven't even started. Here we go.
So Dave, the bonuses for D&D stats have changed throughout the editions.
They have. What are you getting at, Ted?
Some other systems have
Sorry.
removed the concept of the number and have just left the bonuses.
It's a solid point. Seems like a great way to do it. Let's discuss D&D stats and why are we still doing it this way?
You know, that is a valid point, though. What was the last time that your strength score, like being 20, actually mattered? Because all that matters is the +5 modifier.
Yeah. they'll get into it because I watched a little bit just to see what they were gonna say. They'll get into it a little bit, but they'll bring up what it was, what it is very often neglected for.
Welcome to Nerdarchy, for nerds by nerds. I'm Nerdarch Steve, and as usual, I'm joined by this nerd.
Nerdarchist Ted.
If you're looking for more D&D videos, modify that subscribe button so you get them in your YouTube feed.
And if it's more Nerdarchy videos you're after, make that notification bell number 1 so you don't miss a single video.
Remember, new Nerdarchy videos drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so go hit our YouTube channel up and get some new nerdy content. Hey, can you not get enough Nerdarchy? Well, you can get another weekly dose delivered right to your inbox through Nerdarchy, the newsletter. You're going to get several things over there. One is just weekly content you can drop right in your game. You're going to get a one-time coupon code to go spend over on our store. It's more like store credit than a coupon for $9.99. And so much more. There will be a link in the description.
All right, so today we're going to talk about, D&D stats and, are we doing it wrong? There's been so many evolutions throughout the history of not only D&D but other role-playing games, with this concept of, a stat and, whatever bonus that it would apply. And some games have moved away from this concept of, the number and have just done, okay, at this tier, at this level, this is what you get for having that.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like begs the question of why do we use two sets of numbers for the stats?
And it's even kind of amusing that when you
Why?
look at
Why does the font that they're using look like a Chinese takeout?
Because I think that is literally the font Chinese takeout. That is what it's called.
Ah! Wait, is it really?
I believe so, yes.
Hilarious.
Yes. I don't know why they're using it for this. I think it's just not in the sense of it being edgy. I'm saying it is edged. I was going to say it's edginess, but then I was like, wait a minute. But no, it is edged.
It's serifs.
Yes.
Or serifs, rather.
Yes.
The character sheet that is just a basic PDF that some people put the number in the big box and the modifier in the small one.
I've seen this in a few different places of how people do it, and it doesn't matter obviously, but I always put the number in the big box because it feels like it goes there. I don't know. It's just one of those things.
So I've done both actually.
Oh.
Big number in big box
Mm-hmm.
was my reasoning for that one, and also modifier is just it's a number associated with your main number. So say 12 is your main number, you should go, oh well, it's a 12-1 and that means a 12 and that means a +1. So the +1 is just a tiny little a little annotation almost.
Sure.
So that should go in the tiny box. And then I was like, what actually matters? Is it the +1 or the 12 that'll never be used?
Yeah.
So I've done both. And I can say with confidence that the one I settled on was neither, because I write my characters instead of using character sheets. I write them out in notebooks.
Yeah, fair.
And I always write score, and then off to the right of the score, I have modifier.
Yep, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. Yes, we'll get to encumbrance, Lux. I have things to say. And then, holy shit, that's a lot of promotion. Yeah, but it's all for their channel and stuff, and that's fine. And at this point, I've talked about immediate telling people to subscribe stuff and how I feel about that, and it doesn't matter at this point.
And other people just do it completely the opposite.
Well, question is, Ted, what do you do? Because some of them, it's just pick or choose, but also the D&D Beyond character sheets are set up where it's you can set the default of how do you want the numbers to be shown.
So I'm a little bit more, old school.
I have to say, the transitions, I get what they're for, because they're cutting out, like, dead air takes and all that kind of stuff, and messed up takes. But I'm
Does
getting...
it need to have an audio cue, though?
It doesn't need to have an audio cue, and it's very distracting to me, because I notice it very much so. I'm fine with putting cuts in and such, but I don't know. I don't think we need this. But then again, I don't know if they're still doing this format. This was, of course, when the pandemic was extremely new, I think, still. So they stopped being in the same room. But yeah, so I think just a cut is fine.
School, I guess. I love the number. Like, I understand, what a 16, what an 18, what a 20, means. And, you walk, how strong is your barbarian? And most people, you ask that, I got an 18 strength, or I got a 20 strength. I'm like, oh yeah, it's +3 or a +5. Like, I'm not used to seeing that, within reference to the D&D rule set. So for me, I still like the number. I still put the number in the bigger box.
I also know what the numbers mean, so I prefer bonus above number because the number means virtually nothing. There is literally, I believe, 1 or 2 points in the game that you actually use that number and is for a single score. No other scores actually use it at all. So you could probably extrapolate some way of doing it just from the modifier if they got rid of the number. Because strength, your jumping distance and your carrying capacity are based off the number. All your other stats, the number is useless. It means nothing.
Okay. So that's where I wanted to get to have the conversation. Strength is the only thing in 5e that actually, like, the number matters. As you said, it's a variant rule in a way, or optional. Excuse me.
Isn't it how far you can jump?
It is how far you can jump, and then encumbrance of how much you can carry, and the penalties of when you reach, specific levels of encumbrance, right?
The only other rule I can think of where your ability score matters specifically for a mechanic is holding your breath underwater. But even that is you hold your breath for a number of minutes equal to your con modifier.
Yeah, it's your modifier now. Yeah, that's right. I think it always was, actually. No, I don't know. But yeah, you're right. And I think it's valid to not even worry about the numbers, like the actual numbers of your stats anymore in that sense, for 5e, like, at all, because how many people play with encumbrance and care about jump distance, like specific jump distance and specific jump height? How many people actually worry about that when they're playing 5e? I don't have a specific stat for that, but
anecdotally, I have yet to encounter one.
Exactly, same here. From what I can gather, from what I've seen, and from things that I've read, I don't see people caring about it. Encumbrance is one of those things that nobody wants to deal with. Even though it adds that bit of realism and makes it so you don't have 16 greatswords in your back pocket, right? Which I think it's one of those things that instead of having a specific limit on your carrying weight, people just go, what's reasonable, right? What could you carry on your person? Will the DM give me wiggle room, right? And we don't rely on the actual stat and what the rules would say in that instance, because I believe it is in the player's handbook, and I will find it right now. For 5e, I know it's like in where they talk about stat breakdowns and what they mean and what they would go to, and like skills. Let me find that really quick here. It's not there. Ah, here we go. It is page 176. That is where your variant encumbrance, as well as your lifting and carrying capacity. And I believe your jump is somewhere here. Oh, interesting. I don't see jump, although it might be because I'm just blind. I think it is. Where's jump? I don't see jump on this. Interesting. But yeah, so if you are looking for it, page 176 of your 5e player's handbook. But yeah, so I think if we had more like saves and more reliance on these numbers for your stats, that we would see more of a, like, more people that would put it as a I guess, for a lack of a better comparison, the big box little box thing, right? They would see them more in the big box because they would matter more. That's something you want to see more. I don't know if they would do anything to at least the coming 5.5 to make it so that it really bolsters the use of them. The only times where I can see it being something that matters is during character creation, and that's it. But even then, it's one of those things of, how do you get your stats? Do you do the point buy system? Do you do the array? Do you actually roll it out? And if you do roll it out, then how do we like determine then that rolling it out you get just the modifiers and that's it, if we were to just drop it completely, considering it is nigh unused for each of those stats?
So, like, I don't know. Like, I just think the fact that there is a big box and there is a little box opens the door to arguments.
Sure.
Such as this, because, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's just personal preference.
Well, that, I mean, I'm just using it as a vehicle of, like, what would be seen as more important, less so actually using the boxes because it doesn't matter at all. I'm saying overall.
Yes.
Like,
I've done both. I've done, like, oh, big box, big number, modifier goes in little box, and I've done, like, oh, this is the number that matters, and put that in the big box. Like,
right.
At the end of the day, it really, like, just comes down to, oh, I like chocolate better. Oh, I like vanilla better.
Yeah. And which is why I'm going into the conversation of now, with the fact that these numbers are basically useless to most people, as far as is aware, to us and most people in the community. Like, I get that it's there to get the stats itself themselves. It would take away if we stopped using the roll system, but if we just do, like, stat arrays or point buy, it seems like something of that kind of variation would make more sense with how little these stats are used.
Yeah.
Right?
I would actually like to see a few more roles that, like, you know what, that's what I want to see in D&D, in 1D&D.
Okay.
More roles and more aspects that take into account your strength score.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, you could just as easily convert strength score into strength modifier and make your modifier what matters. And really, at the end of the day, why are we rolling for ability scores if we're just gonna just turn them into the number that matters?
That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. Right?
Like, just
we roll to determine?
Roll, like, 3d6.
Yeah.
one of your d6 counts against your other two.
Okay.
Yeah, because then like you could
I
roll
was
like
thinking
two
just
twos and a
roll.
6.
Yeah, I was thinking just roll a d6.
Yeah, but then how would you get negative modifiers?
It would be based off of, I guess, choices in class and race.
Okay. Yeah.
But this is
But
the problem is though they're not going to
but
implement
minuses.
negatives.
Yeah, exactly. But minuses to because of race feels bad. You know
Yep.
what? Actually, you could do.
Hmm.
Roll a d6 and then roll a d6 again. Your first roll counts as your negative. Your second roll counts as your positive. When you
Okay.
add the two together, you get your total.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So you want to
So-
roll low
so-
for your first and high for your second.
So yeah, so if you roll a 1 on the first one, you're like, oh no. But then you roll a 6, you're like, hell yeah, I got a +5 modifier.
Yeah, and you couldn't get a 6 modifier.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
exactly.
that would be good actually.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't be able to get a -6 either. Yeah, no, I'm actually a big fan of that.
You can call me a genius now.
I will actually. That is pretty fucking good for that. That would work very well if we wanted to go by just modifier kind of things. Because again, like it seems like if we're gonna go away from using encumbrance as a hard rule, because it's the only thing. It's really it. Then yeah, if we do that, then we can determine them very easily. In fact, let me roll a couple out while I'm talking, just to see what I get. But if we were to keep numbers, how would we implement things that would use those stats? I guess is my question.
Just what do you multiply your stat by typically?
Yes.
So like what's the jump distance? Your strength score times what, 5?
It is usually times yeah, I think it's times 5 usually.
Okay. So let's hold on. I'm gonna have to make a bit of a table here. I'm done with work and yet I'm still thinking. Why do you do this to me, Alejo?
I did this to you long before.
Yeah, fair. Okay, so say you have 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's we're gonna do times 5.
This is bad.
That's 50 to 55.
I'm getting a lot of zeros.
Oh no. Well, hey, dude, that means you're statistically average.
I have 1 + 2 and 1 - 2. Oh no. Okay, that's a 0.
Okay. So
Interesting.
10, 11 would be 0. It'd be hold
read
on.
it.
Hold
Oh.
on.
Yeah. I was just gonna read a few things while you were.
Go for it. Go for it. Yeah.
To avoid this kind of controversy, it's better to play a game that only uses modifiers. Well, that's the thing. We could make D&D, like, the next iteration of D&D into that thing. That's the whole... Like, because 5e is basically that. From what it is now, you know?
Wait, no. Jump distance can't be times 5. That would mean you'd have a jump distance of 10. Or sorry, your strength score of 10, and you could jump 50 feet.
It might be just...
Kindly get me the actual rule so I can make an actual calculation.
Brother, it wasn't in the book. Hold on. Let me find it. Jump distance 5e.
You don't know it off the top of your head?
No, my brain does not retain something that is never ever called for.
Fair.
Oh, it would be
you know
under
what, fair.
movement. Oh, that's why I didn't see it. I was in the wrong section. Okay. Jumping, long jump is
Times 2. No.
nope.
1.
You want to know what it is?
1.5?
Nope. Long jump, you can only leap up to feet up to your strength score.
Okay.
And then for your jump height, it's 3 plus your strength modifier.
Okay. So
So
height
it actually is just your
3
score.
plus mod. And length is
Just your score.
just score? Okay.
Yeah, just your strength score.
So in which case it goes 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh god, why is algebra eluding me?
Oh my god.
10 and 11. 0.
I've had experience with a homebrew system.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to find out the slope. God damn it.
What? I've had experience with a homebrew system where your stat can be any number between -5 and +10, and that number was just used directly as the modifier. It worked well enough for that system, but it was a point buy, not rolled for. Oh, okay.
Slope is
Sure.
2.
I like encumbrance rules that make sense, says Indigo. I mean, yeah, I've always been fine with encumbrance rules. That's why I like 3.5. Encumbrance is fine to me. BRB stream's lagging for me. I'm back. Well, welcome back. All of this is making me miss the D20 games from the aughts. That's fair. Not to say you can't, but you would have to rebalance ability damage. Ability damage? Yeah. There's very few instances of it in 5e. I think the Shadow is the go-to that I can think of that does strength damage. But it would be, I think it would be kind of easy to do, depending. In Merkborg, an OSR type system, you roll 3d6 and find that total on a table to determine your modifier completely, disregarding the roll from then on. Well, there you go. Sure. So, like, yeah, and that just uses that, so you don't have to worry about it. That makes sense then, because then you just if they wanted to do that with 5e, or I'm sorry, 5.5e, it would probably work exactly the same, because the only things you'd have to change is just the ability damage, like was stated before. So yeah, I mean, yeah. How you doing, Aiden?
So I have elected. So calculating the how ability score modifiers are calculated is more or less like a slope, like y equals mx plus b, and
Yes.
I've decided fuck that.
Okay.
So instead I have elected to just throw that whole system out and create a new one. You jump like forward a distance 3 times your score modifier plus 10.
Okay.
So if your score modifier is 0, then you
Yes.
jump 10.
Okay.
If your score modifier is 1, you jump 13.
Mhm.
If your score modifier is 2, 16, 19, 22, and then 20, like, you can jump forward 25 feet, which feels appropriately freakish.
Yeah, I would say so. That'd be cool.
However, 3 times your score modifier, like, plus 10, like, that's a formula, and good god, the casuals will freak out.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely correct. So, it would probably just be a table. If you have this mod, you jump this far. If you have this mod,
they hate tables even more.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have to deal with one or the other.
Have you ever watched a Cody video?
I have. I know.
I know you have. I know you've seen the same one I'm talking about right now.
Yes, yes, I know. Alright, let's continue now that we've gotten to this point.
Complete side note, I love that stuffed beholder in the background.
Yeah, isn't it cool?
I've I thought this whole time, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Just some weird frog? And I'm like, oh wait, no, it's a beholder. Oh, that's cute. I want it.
Yeah. Careful, Aiden. It sounds an awful like you're doing math.
Yeah. Well, Alejo was the one who wanted me to do math. He set me on this path.
No, I didn't do this to you. You did this to you.
Fair.
Yeah.
All you really need is the modifier, and it tells you how it's going to affect your character in the game.
There is definitely enough material to support that. And so when you break it down, the only times that besides the jumping distance are in direct comparisons, and even then, if the modifiers are the same, that's when you go to the stat itself.
I know where we got the 5 times your strength score. That's for encumbrance. I've just remembered.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
now I want
right.
to see that taking 20 vid.
Go through our watch history.
I was gonna say, you've already watched all of our shit. You should know.
Fake fan.
And if the stats are the same, then it's pick or reroll.
Flip a coin. It doesn't
coin.
really matter. So it begs the difference. Ask the question: is this needlessly complex?
No. Because the number is how you arrive at the modifier, and then you just look at the modifier. It's not complex.
But we've already determined a way to invalidate ability scores in lieu of just modifiers themselves. So I would argue the fact that of determining ability scores just so you can do the math necessary to get to modifiers, it is making it unnecessarily complex.
What we've done is incredibly complex. But that's because it was unnecessary.
Rolling 2d6 is hard.
Rolling 2d6 is hard.
Yeah, dude, I was rolling damage for Fireball the other night, and I think I nearly had a stroke.
Oh my god, that's crazy. This is the first time I can finally stick around to watch the full stream. Well, good to have you then.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah.
So, there's definitely ways to do this, and you and I were kind of discussing before we turned the camera on about the concept of, well, what about, the half bonuses or, the half feats, if I want to put a +1 into a stat, well, now that can bump a 13 to a 14, which that would change the number, no problems there. But what about when I want to go from a 14 to a 15? D&D typically has the concept of, well, everything is rounded down. So if you have a +3.5 to your strength modifier, well, that gets rounded down to a 3 for all rolls for damage and bonuses. And then when you finally get another bump to it, you can bring that up to a +4 and, no need to round because it's a solid number.
Yeah, but that being said too, like even with the half things, it's just to me it would just mean it's a marker on your way to improving your character, right? Because it's not like having a 12 or a 13 in a stat really means anything in the game for the most part. Maybe a tiebreaker, maybe for if it's your strength, then there's a couple things that makes a difference for. But that's really about it. Like,
actually, it's an interesting point to bring up because tiebreakers are usually determined by the stats as well. I completely forgot. Because if you're rolling off against somebody for initiative, you usually go, okay, who has the higher dex? And then if you don't know who has or if they both have the same dex, then you look at the modifier to figure out who gets to go first. At least for me, that's how I would do it.
Now, admittedly, anecdotally, in my games, it's always who wants to go first.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like, the paladin wants to go second and let the ranger go first. Sure.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. If people don't care, then you just defer to whoever wants to go. Absolutely. I'm just saying if we were looking at like technical stuff, and we wanted to have a system to go by, right? That wasn't just an agreed upon thing. Usually
but the system to go by fails because holding your turn is a thing.
Well, so yeah, I mean that's It's not just for the initiative thing though. Like, I agree with you that if you hold your turn, you completely destroy how that kind of thing works. But, I mean, everybody could hold their turn, and then, like, in each turn, everyone could hold their turn one time, like, one by one, and then you'd get back to the same initiative order. So you can easily reset it if you really want to.
BRB. I just gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, go on. But yeah, taking a look at the stats for determining ties is something that is important, I guess, in some instances. Usually when it's more the monsters against the players, I would think, but yeah, it's one of those things where at that point, do we just look at modifiers, right? If we were to go just modifiers, would that be enough to determine ties when it's mechanically necessary for something like a monster versus a player? Where I would go, I don't think so with our current system. We'd have to design it so that it works better, I think. We'd have to put more thought into it. Because it's made for the usage of both stats. Or sorry, the stats and the modifier, but
Some of these things, sometimes just seems like it becomes an extra barrier for new players coming in because they have to learn something that doesn't mean anything in the game itself. It may mean
I actually have to bring this back. This is such a strange thing to say. I've gotten to this point. I was listening like for a couple minutes because it takes like a few minutes for them to get into like the things to talk about, but this is a strange thing to say, and I do want to get Aiden's opinion on it. It's just like, bro, it's something you only, like, you don't even need to learn. There's tables that you can just refer to if you need to, but again, you can just put points in, and then, like, is it really a big ask for you to go, hey, new player, I know you don't know the system too well right now, but I want you to know how stats work. With a 10, you get a +0 to your modifier. With a 12, you get a +1. With a 14, you get a +2. Every even number will be a change. Same backwards. It goes negative. And if you have any questions, we can work through it. Or I'm sure that you can look up on your phone. I don't mean to appeal to an outside source, but it is a fact of the matter that anybody can just look up what a stat means and what the modifier is if they really want to. But aside from that, I don't think it's too big an ask to go, this is what this means. If you don't get it, that's okay. You'll get it over time. It's just part of the game, right? It's just a very small bit of math where a 10 means 0, a 12 means 1, and 8 means -1, right? Like, I don't think it's too big an ask. But I could be wrong. I don't think I am. But I'm willing to hear, I guess, an argument against it being pretty simple. And like, I don't know what I don't know if there would be an argument that could convince me, but potentially it exists, right? Potentially. Excuse me. Taking a drink. Thirsty. I mean, so overall, I know D&D is a little complex. 5e is less so. But in general, like, I guess math is more complex than just looking at something like Vampire, right? Where you just look at dots and that's about it. Actually, no, you do add up the dots. That is a thing. So I guess there is some complexity there, but it's far less than D&D where you actually do math, right? D&D is a little complex? Yes. Yeah, only a little. It's not that complex. It really isn't. And you can do things to make it so that it's less complex for you specifically. Like, whatever works to get you to understand things better, you can do to make it so that D&D is more comprehensible, right? I believe that. I really do. Because I believe that everybody is very much capable of getting to a point where they can play D&D very easily. Because it's very accessible for 5e specifically. And if you learn 5e, you can go backwards and learn the more complex stuff, right? Because at the end of the day, 5e is you write 6 numbers down. From those numbers, you determine your health, you determine how you hit, and then you roll a d20. About it. I know there's more to it, but like the features and the abilities and such that your class gives you, they're less to do with math, and they're more to do with just reading comprehension and determining how you could use them and creativity, right? Which I think is a lot easier to kind of grasp than just the math aspect. Because if I tell you, and to be fair, to be absolutely fair, having the broad spectrum of everything you can do in D&D can be very daunting and can make it so that you make it overly complex. The role-playing thing can make it so that you can second guess yourself and all that kind of such stuff. And kind of make it so that you, and I guess second guess is as good as I can get for that. Second guess your options and like what's the correct decision and such. But it's again, it's kind of a mindset thing for that, of like, it's not about what you do correctly, it's more how you do the things that you want to do, I think. So like figuring out how you want to get from point A to point B, or how you want to achieve your goal, and using your tools that you have from your character to do that. Again, you can have a whole bunch of outside aspects that you really need to, or you can keep track of, or you can keep little track of, right? Like, say your goal is to steal a diamond from a window display. Okay. So there's a few things that you want to keep track of. What can you do? Hello, welcome back. What can you do? What is the situation that is around the display? And then what are the consequences of those actions? Those are the simple kind of things. And then we can add more complexities onto it. So yeah, I don't know. Anyway, hey, there's a thing that I want you to listen to, and I want to get your take on it.
Okay.
Maybe a tiebreaker. Maybe for, if it's your strength, then there's a couple things that makes a difference for. But that's really about it. Like, some of these things, it sometimes just seems like it becomes an extra barrier for new players coming in, because they have to learn something that doesn't mean anything in the game itself. It may mean something to me and you because we've been playing a long time and this is how it was done way back when. But that to me is not really ever a great reason to continue to do a thing a certain way just because it's always been done that way.
So I agree with
talking about stats in general?
Yes.
Being represented numerically?
Yes, it seems like what he is saying is that determining your stats and figuring out the modifiers from those numbers is a barrier of entry to new players. It's how it's always been done, and that doesn't mean that that's how it should be done necessarily, which I agree with that bit. But the barrier to entry thing for modifiers seems strange to me to say. Because
So
I don't think that it's too difficult for you to go, if you have a 10 in this, it means that you have a 0 in this section.
Yeah.
right?
So
So on and so
I
forth.
represented the whole ability score modifier thing, admittedly, to someone who was also scientifically minded,
Sure.
just a fellow chemistry major.
Sure.
Um, and I'm like, 10 or 11 means you're average, so you're like you are essentially within zero distributions of the mean.
Yes.
Like you are straight down the middle. And she was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And I went through and I described this is how many standard deviations you away from the mean you are. She went, okay, yeah, yeah, okay. So like I have a 16 index, or actually no, I think it was like an 18 index. So like that would be +4. And I'm
Mhm.
like, yeah. And she went through, she calculated all of her ability score modifiers because this was her first time playing D&D.
Sure.
This is also the same person that for the first 4 months of the campaign, every single time she was asked to roll an attack roll, she asked, how do I roll an attack roll?
That's something that's
So
very
like,
common, though.
so I don't think it was, this is like, oh, she was just prodigious at calculating D&D math. Like, no, she was fairly standard.
Yeah.
And she had no problems with calculating ability score modifiers. So I don't ascribe to this idea that ability score modifiers are a barrier of entry.
Right. Exactly. I don't see why it would be considered that. It's the simplest form of math that you have to do at the very beginning, right? There can be more complex stuff in D&D, math wise especially, but just saying that 10 equals 0, 12 equals 1, 8 equals -1, and so on and so forth, it doesn't seem like it's that hard to also just refer to a table. And I know tables are the devil, but it's
And
on.
dice.
That's right. It's on those tables for a reason. Because it is very easy to just refer to, and it's so simple that it is there on a table for you to look at and just understand. You don't have to do mental math. You can just look at it and understand what it means. Anyway.
If something's been always been done a certain way and that way is stupid, guess what? It's still stupid.
Sure.
Like nothing changes that. There's no reason why we can't improve and make it better.
I would absolutely agree, but I don't agree with you that it's stupid the way that we do it right now.
Exactly.
So
When it comes down to it, tradition is nothing more than peer pressure from dead people.
that's right. And they're dead. What can they do?
Yeah.
It's always been done that way until somebody finds a better way to do it, and that's how everything that
True.
works. But it does bring up the point about multi-classing, and currently multi-classing requirements have a stat of 13 in those prerequisites. So that would obviously go to your 1.5s, if you would, or
Mhm.
your 1 plus, whatever it is that you want to call that for your modifier. But again, all of those things could easily come up with a new system. Everything that is
Yes.
attributed to what we call that static number can be figured out. It can be done. And it's quite possible that, other games like Mutants and Masterminds from 2nd to 3rd edition did away with that concept of the number, and it's just the modifier. And
So this is the thing that we get to of like, if we want to change D&D to have this kind of modifier only system, we have to change the system. Just in general, like everything about it, basically. And all of these other kind of notes of like, this is a system that did it, that was based off of 2E or based off of 3, or like Pathfinder exists, right? Like Pathfinder 2 exists, so, and it's a deviation of D&D. All of these things are different systems because they've had to figure out how to implement these kinds of, the way that they want to do these things, and the way that we need to figure out how to do these things based off of the changes that we want to make. So if we want to get to this point, I mean, we're at the perfect stage. and I think this was way before they announced 1 D&D. If this is the way that we want to go, then let's do it. I'm fine with it. People will rally against it 100% because it's different, and we want our D&D to be the same. It's not my D&D that I remember from 4E. Wait, I mean 5E. I like 5E.
Traitor!
But
we found him, boys.
Get him. But you know, it's I think there's a really good argument to be made to change how things are now because of how it has been simplified to such a degree that now we don't even need the big numbers. Like, in this respect, at least, for the stats. We don't even need them.
So, like, also, I know we've sort of wandered away from it, but multi-classing, the minimum 13
Right, yeah.
required to need. At least personally, like, 13 is such a low bar to begin with
It's
that,
such
like,
an arbitrary number.
yeah, like, dude, if you have a dex of 11 and you want to be a rogue, go for it. You'll be a shitty rogue.
Yeah, exactly. Like and obviously this is a perspective from somebody who came from 3.5, but I will at least say in 3.5 you kind of had to earn your way to becoming like a prestige class, or like getting things to a certain way to get into this multi-class kind of aspect. It was a lot more restrictive in some instances, but that's because you were trying to specialize into becoming two things.
Yeah.
Whereas with 5e, it is so lax. I will keep bringing it up. It is so much more simplified that I don't see why we even have the requirements for multiclassing in there. We should just say there's multiclassing. You can be two different things. It just means you split your levels and you won't be able to get to 20th level in one of them, or both of them, excuse me. Like, it just seems pointless to me to go, yeah, no, you can't be it if you have a 12. No. It's like, what does a 13 mean? Oh, it just means I'm between a 12 and a 14. I'm between a +1 and a +2. I'm still that, though, when I'm at a 12, because I'm +1 still. I don't understand what the difference is. So.
I think it's just so that you don't have paladins with a dexterity score of like 8.
Sure.
Dipping one level into rogue so they can get sneak attack to put onto their smites or something.
That would make sense that it's more of a balancing thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's I think then we'd have to do something like Pathfinder does, where you only get specific things from your multi-class.
Yeah.
And you have points to spend to bring that from the +2 to +3 and +3 to +4 and what have you. So the same thing could be done and could be extrapolated for D&D 6th edition.
Yeah, that would be like the other thing that I kind of missed. What the other stats get used for multi-classing. Optional role it's not a core part of the game, even though many people use it. But that being said, there's no reason why it couldn't just be, you have to have a +1 or a +2, or figuring out, to make the math make sense. Because it does really just feel like, look, we found a use for these numbers now. If you ever want the multi-class, which is an optional rule, not even a core rule in the game. So,
is that true? Wait a minute.
Yeah, it is.
What? They made that optional? That's crazy to me. Hold on. I just want to look at it really quick. I really have always been under the assumption that it's been completely integrated. That is so crazy.
It's so widely used that it's like core
Basically.
by default.
Yeah. I don't even
But
know
it is
where it
technically optional.
That's crazy to me.
But then again, all the rules in D&D are optional.
Yeah, if we want to go as broad and fucking wishy-washy as we want. 'Cause there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing against it, except for the fact that you get to a point where you're just not playing D&D anymore. That's like where you draw the line. Because there are core aspects of like if you're just not even using a D20 anymore, like, is it still D&D? It doesn't say it's optional.
Oh, I had heard it was.
It just says multiclassing. It doesn't say because all of these have all the optional ones have the optional or variant next to them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Page 163 in 5e Player's Handbook for anybody wondering. If you find it and it says it's optional. Oh, wait. No, it just says with this rule, you have the option of gaining a level in a new class. It's not that it's optional, it's that this is here for you to have as an option.
Yeah, as an option. Yeah.
So I guess if we want to say that it's optional in that respect, but it's not what it means.
Go figure r/D&D was wrong about something.
Go figure.
So it just makes me ask the question, are some of these things, are these the true gatekeepers of D&D? Yes, I know there are actual douchebags out there that gatekeep the hobby, and, that is unfortunate, but, it doesn't help when there's certain things in the rules themselves that can keep people out just because, like, you have to know this extra piece of information that doesn't matter.
It's not that bad.
But does it matter though?
So in the long run, I suppose it doesn't matter entirely to like later things, but it does matter for your determination of the modifier in the system as we have it right now. It is kind of essential for that, right? If we were to change it, then it wouldn't.
He says you have to know this thing that doesn't matter. Like, if you have to know it, then it matters.
Exactly, right? Like, and also, it doesn't gatekeep you because of your weird stance on it being too hard for new players. It is not that way. I don't think that you have the evidence to back that up. I really don't.
I would almost argue like there's a couple things in the system that could probably tweak to be made better. Looking at dual alignment that we could fix in the game.
I would agree that there are things in the system that need to be tweaked to be made better. That is a statement that I would agree with. Though what we would have as like what we would want to tweak might be different. But like this is not inherently one of them, I don't think.
To make it more streamlined and easier for people to understand, because I just don't see the value of learning these extra things that don't make any difference, really, right?
How can you say that determining the stat that determines the modifier that goes into literally every single piece of the game doesn't make a difference? That's strange, because it is the modifier that matters, but how you get to the modifier is determining how your stats are, like what your stats are. They're kind of linked, man. It's crazy.
Just doing math with extra steps at this point.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot that could be gone on there. We could probably talk the ear off on this concept. I think Dave and I are on either side of the coin, but I don't think I'm so like hell bent that I need those numbers. If that's the direction things went, I'd just be like, all right, I missed the old way, but I'm progressive enough that I can definitely go with how the the waves flow.
I also
I mean, yeah, I think everybody could be.
I don't know how in love I am with the implication of, oh, yeah, I'm progressive enough to like handle this change. Like, you can recognize a change as being objectively bad and still be progressive.
True. Very true. It's a very strange implication.
Like, It feels like a you're in or you're out fallacy.
Yeah, true. Which I'm like, no. That's kind of why people don't play certain editions. They don't like the changes and such, and they think they might find it. I mean, it might be an objective thing or it might be a subjective thing, but regardless, like, it doesn't make it so that it's any more or less of them being quote unquote progressive, I guess. It depends on the definition that we want to use, because if we're going to just say that just accepting and playing the new version means that you're progressive, then it's like, why do we even use the words? I don't see why this is necessary. Some people like 5e, some people don't.
Some people like Alejo apparently like 4e.
Still ended up having a time skip. Well, welcome, Lux.
Thought about some other things, right? So how to do stats with only the modifier becomes an issue, right? Not so much when you're talking about a standard array or point by, and also too, like, there's this big thing when it comes to the origin that you pick, and which is basically your D&D race and swapping out stats and stuff like that. What if we just totally got rid of stat bonuses for races, and you just had an array that essentially said you're going to get 2 +3s, you're going to get a -1, a +0, and I think it's like a +2 and a +1 or whatever.
So I want to always have an option that we can roll dice, because that's like a big draw. Rolling dice, clicky clacky math rocks, people like them. Some people don't. That's fair enough. Whatever. But I think it's the getting rid of the stat ups from specific races is fine, because it felt like we were going that way anyway. Like what Pathfinder has done, where we go, hey, you can take this from your background or whatever, and you can change up. You get 1 in this, and then you get 2 that can go into whatever else, and then you get 1 in this and 2 that can go whatever else, right? All that kind of stuff. If we just went into that kind of thing, except it would be less of upping the bigger numbers, it would just be like you put a tick in your modifier like box, right? Where you now have, if you were to put a second tick, you instead increase your stat, or quote unquote modifier. Sorry. We can go that route. It just, again, we have to change like a lot, I think.
Whatever. Like, you could just math out the numbers. So like, that's really easy for modifier, for the going by the modifier for figuring out stat point by and standard array. The more difficult thing is dice.
Yeah, so that would be, that would require a bit of a complex scenario, but
I did have like a real quick and dirty idea.
Sure, go for it.
It's not tested. I think it could give you better than average or worse than average stats easily. You get 2 +1s off the bat, right? And then you just roll a die 6 -2. And that's your modifier.
D6 -2, and you get 2 +1s, and those can go to any stat that you roll out, I would assume. So you're always, more often than not going to get a 6, but you don't usually get negatives unless you get a 1 or a 0. You can't have a -4 or a -3 or a -5.
I mean, it's certainly functional.
Yeah, I mean, it would work. I'm just laying it out. I don't know. I like the idea of having the risk with like what you've made with the rolling the 2 dice.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But I think it's because I really appreciate when I get something that's really low in a stat, because then I have to figure out how that affects my character, right? I look at it from a role play perspective more so than the mechanical perspective, which it's fair that some people wouldn't look at it that way because some people like to min-max, and that's perfectly fine. It would just be one of those things of like, well, I guess I'm going to re-roll my entire character if I get like shitty rolls, which also fine. You know, it's just one of those things.
Like,
Okay.
I just like I like having it all on the line, kind of like this. Like, oh, you get a +1 for free feels like taking the coward's way out.
Well, so it would it would align with 5e a lot more, to be fair.
It would.
Because we don't like negatives in our games. No, that's not a thing anymore. Don't take negatives, silly. It's like, whatever.
Give my character weaknesses.
Yes, exactly. I feel like
Let
having
him
those.
have things he sucks at.
Yeah, I want to have things that I suck at because I don't want to be a fucking catch-all. It just makes me boring.
So, like, if you roll 6, that's your equivalent of an 18. If you roll 1, that's the equivalent of an 8. So it gives you the -1, the +4. You have your 2 +1s you can throw in there, which would be like your origin bonus, or whatever. Or maybe it needs to be a plus, a +2 and a +0.5. I don't like fractions. They seem a little dirty. I don't know. I'm not sure like what would be the good system for going with like those half feats, multi-class requirements, and for the races to get the +1s, because you generally get a +2 and a +1.
So
and
I mean, I would go, in the typical trend of what we have seen with, since the release of 5th edition. I would say that, you lower the bar and raise the bar. The races that are offering, +1s, you know what? We're just going to bump it all to just a straight improve the modifier on both of those things by +1. You would be able to say that, those half feats, we'd have to figure out what else that's going to do. Perhaps, half feats are just that. When you take a half feat, you must also take another half feat. So you're going to grab 2 things, so it's not going to affect your stat modifiers.
I'm getting more confused about what half feat means. I assume
This is
it's
my first
just...
time hearing that word.
So he's been talking about it before. He talked about it way before in the beginning. I think it was referring to, instead of getting a +1 in your modifier, you would get a 0.5, which would just be like, you're getting halfway to your next modifier up. But now I'm confused as to is it... So I assume that it is your race would give you a 0.5, and then you would have to take something else that would also give you a 0.5, but I don't understand why, because if it is actually a feat kind of thing where you would get 1 in your stat, which is what I assume he was talking about before, because it would be the middle ground kind of thing, you would have to take something else to give you another 1 in that stat. So you would take like in 3.5 you had the feats of like acrobatic and what was the other one that gave balance? Regardless, 2 feats that give you like ups in your balance skill, or this would be 2 feats that would give you an up in your dexterity in general, and then additional attributes because of that. I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of it. Make your players only play NPC classes in 3.5 then stick them in Ravenloft. What a good idea. Yes. I want to play a merchant in Ravenloft.
Sounds balanced to me.
Hell yeah. Anyways, bye guys. Nice watching again. See ya, JR.
See ya.
And roll straight 3d6 for their stats. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure.
All, you just, when you choose the feat option, you're just going to select 2 of those things, from the, the half feat list. And it can be anyone's. They don't necessarily have to correlate. For, your multi-class requirement, we're just going to lower that bar. As opposed to a 13, you need a 12. So you need that +1 modifier, and that, that half in the middle doesn't mean anything anymore. And then, therefore, everything now that is going to offer a +1, you just remove that from the game. Everything offers just a straight, +1 modifier or more. All of those items that automatically set your stat, like your belt of giant strength, that just sets your modifier. It set your strength plus, to what it is, and everything just goes along with those. As typically D&D rounds everything down. So okay, that belt of giant strength that gives you a 19. It's an 18. It's just a +4.
Eh,
So, I'm just thinking about how 5e works and how, like, we're already now talking about feats in general and, like, items, magic items, and I'm sitting here and I'm going, 5e isn't made for this, so we need to change a lot more than just this.
Yeah, it feels as if they've lost the forest for the trees.
Yeah, and I've fucking lost them in the forest because I'm struggling to keep up.
And so on and so forth up the scale. There's definitely an easy way to just tear all of those stats out and just go with it as is.
You think they'll ever move in that direction, or is that a sacred cow that cannot be killed?
I think it's pretty close with alignment, and I see it hard to remove, but I think with...
Well, let me ask you a different question then. Did you ever think they would remove, racial stats? I mean, because in essence, they've removed them, right? Because if you can put them anywhere, it doesn't really matter what you play that much.
That reminds me, is that actually now removed entirely? Because I think they're still technically giving you stats for your race in 1 D&D playtest stuff. I think.
Please tell me they didn't carrot out and did it so your race only has positive things about it.
No, I think that's what I don't remember though. It's been a week since I looked at that material, and I honestly at this point I'm not gonna log back into D&D Beyond. It feels gross. So, but just ignore me on that front. It's fine. I do want to go into that question though that he has now swiftly gone away from. Do you think that Wizards would actually implement this kind of change to like only modifiers?
I mean, it kind of feels inevitable,
right? If we're gonna go simplistic to simplistic, though they are adding things, it seems, in 1D&D.
Which are more Pathfinder-esque.
Yeah, so it does seem like it's going to become more complex. So potentially, it might require the stats again, just to be there, just to make sure that people know that it's going to be complex still.
I would be alright with a purely modifier-based system.
Yeah, I would be too. It's just
because it feels like we're already playing it, just not technically.
Exactly. With 5e right now, I think it's the closest it's been, and they are course correcting because I feel like they are going to be trying to get the people that they've lost to Pathfinder and other things to come back. It feels that way, at least if they're going to be like taking stuff specifically from those systems, right? And adding that complexity back. It's been done just modifiers before, and it's more amazing how long Wizards of the Coast haven't done it, says Das Jingo. Well, hello. And also, yeah, we were talking about it before, that there are some systems. It was, what was it? True 20 or something? It's in the chat here somewhere. But it was, like, they're out there. Yeah. True 20. That was one of the things cited. And so it's out there, and I would be interested to like play them myself, just to see how they play, because I feel like it's not that difficult to figure out, because it's literally just the modifier kind of thing. And so it's very simple math as far as my brain has viewed it as, from just an outsider, not even looking at the material, but just hearing about it. So can't get me back from Pathfinder, but it would be possible to get me to play it too if they do things well enough. Yeah, exactly. That's what I think they're trying to do. They're trying to get people who play Pathfinder and other games to come back to give D&D the time of day again. Because they even though D&D is very successful, like extremely successful, I think in order to keep people playing, we'd probably want to get to the point where they're now going to be challenged again, mentally. In the sense of, well, that sounds weirder now that I say it out loud. They will have to engage in a little bit more complexity, so that they feel like the game is evolving with them in a way. Or they are evolving with the game, I don't know. But in some way, it just makes them feel like they are...
Urge.
Yeah. By the way, I think there's a True 20 sale on Bundle of Holding. It's like Humble Bundle, but for RPGs. Oh, okay. Yes, there is. Good time to get into True 20 or DCC. I don't know what DCC is, but I will go and look at that later. Cool. Good to know. Thank you.
And it's true. I did not think that was that was a thing that could possibly go away. But I think with the rise of all gaming, D&D is becoming a more popular hobby, and as the the culture grows and people experiment with other role playing games and see things like Mutants and Mastermind that have removed that number, I think more and more people are going to be open to the idea as we see more and more newcomers to the game who ask that question of, well, what do the numbers mean if all that really matters is the modifier?
Mason. What do the numbers mean, Mason?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So I think aside from asking the question, I don't think that's a thing that's going to be too. I don't think that was a thing that was asked too much after you explained what it's for. But I think just in general, the more people that come in who are new, who go to a system that they look at and go, this only uses this, okay, I'm into it, right? It's just in general that would get people to play and interact with it more because they were introduced to it. If you introduce somebody to something and they continue to utilize it, they will know that thing, right? Like it's not that deep, I don't think.
I think I kind of think I appreciate the whole like appealing to new players aspect. I do,
sure.
But like I will say, as all right, so you're gonna learn a little bit about Aiden. I have been considering getting into fighting games. But
Mm.
I know fuck all about fighting games.
Fighting games are
The
fun.
most fighting games that I've played was Smash.
Hey, wait, did you ever play Marvel vs. Capcom with me?
No.
You never did? Damn.
Maybe I did and I don't have any memories of it. I don't know.
That's fair. It was unmemorable. I would yell a lot.
I know I played Marvel vs. Capcom when I was like, I don't know, 12.
I got into it in college.
I liked. Oh wait, maybe it wasn't Marvel vs. Capcom. I just know I liked Beast. Anyway,
yeah, sorry.
I've been considering getting into fighting games.
Hell yeah.
Now, knowing next to nothing about the hobby, like, sure, I know a bunch of keywords because podcast I listen to has the two hosts of it are big into fighting games.
Mm-hmm.
Games in general, but like big into fighting games.
Mm-hmm.
So like they'll talk about like, oh, you know, like I don't know, like, of course now my mind goes blank, but various like lingo around
Quarter
like,
circle.
Quarter circle back forward.
Yes.
Who's a grappler versus like whatever. Anyway, I have been kind of sitting on the fence of getting into this hobby for a while now. And a coworker of mine plays Guilty Gear.
Oh,
and has
Jesus.
already gotten the coworker I mentioned before with Mathfinder, already gotten that coworker into joining him.
Fuck yeah.
And like the coworker that plays Guilty Gear is looking at me like pumping his fists and he's like, join the cult. Join the cult.
Yes, sir.
And I'm like, you know what? Kinda legit tempting.
Hell yeah.
Where I am going with this though is to get people into your hobby, you don't need something that is super beginner friendly.
Yeah.
Necessarily. You need something that has an active enough player base that that player base is trying to recruit more people.
Yes.
Like, people aren't going to get into D&D. Like, Johnny Nobody, who knows nobody that plays D&D, isn't going to spontaneously pick it up.
Probably not.
A spontaneous, like, apotheosis into being a D&D player, according to, not RPG pundit, Garibay.
No, that would be becoming a dungeon master. Don't forget.
Yeah. They're not going to spontaneously become a dungeon master.
Yes.
They're going to have friends who go, hey, you know, you should try this hobby with me. And like I'll help you learn, and it will seem a little like mathy at first, but like I'll help you through every step of the way.
Mm-hmm.
And we will, like, if you like it, consider getting a bit more used to the math and see where things go.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think by going like, oh, we dumbed everything down, so like, you know, a brain dead third grader could understand it. Like, I don't think that's necessarily the path you need to take.
No,
it's a path you can take, but not necessarily one that like you need to follow through to its end. I think the fact that one D&D has gone from like the overly simplistic 5e to like them starting to add a bit more complexity in one D&D, I think is even indicative of that.
I feel like having the game treat me as if I'm intelligent enough to understand these things is good.
Oh.
I like that. I like that thing though. And to be fair, it can be the simplest concept that still treats you like you understand these things. That is absolutely possible, and like do it in such a way that it's all, you know, not condescending. Because like 5e is like that. It's not condescending. It just isn't complex once you get into the nitty gritty, right? But yeah, I like it when
5e is very DM friendly though, because
is.
like its system is so. I know that this word is gonna make it sound like I'm ragging on it, but
Sure.
I'm not. Its system is so bare bones that you can very easily like the hood of 5e does not weigh a lot.
No.
You can very easily lift it up, crack your knuckles, say, okay, what's going on here? How can I tweak things?
Yeah.
Which is a very big strength of 5e.
Yes.
To be fair to 5e, it's one of my like any prospective DMs, I would recommend start off with DMing 5e, not
Yeah.
3.5.
Oh, 100%.
Not Pathfinder 2e.
No. Oh, if a baby wants to play it, like a little baby comes up to me and says hello.
Oh, little babby.
Little Bab comes up, says hello. I would like to play.
How wee is this Bab?
This Bab, wee Bab.
Okay.
Wee
How many
Bab.
E's?
About 5 to 6.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
We're talking
Wee Bab.
wee Bab.
Yes,
okay.
wee Bab. So this
Okay.
wee Bab comes up and is like, "Hey, I can speak perfect English." And then I go, "Oh my god, that's amazing. How the fuck did this happen?" And it goes, "Shut up, shut up, shut up. How do I play D&D?" And I go,
Okay.
Okay. And then I pull out 5e and I say, "Hello, tiny Bab that can speak perfect English to me. Here, have this book. It is so simple. You will be able to get it in probably a week or two, like of running."
That wee Bab learned perfect English.
I know.
Like, it can probably shoot a little higher than
Oh,
5e.
Believe me, I'm highballing the amount of time because I want to become more impressed. Okay, so
Okay.
I give this to Wee Bab, and Wee Bab says, "Thank you so much. I'm glad that you did this for me instead of screaming and yelling and running like everybody else has done this." That I've asked, and
totally fair.
I say, absolutely, Wee Bab. I hope that you have fun and you have fun with your Wee Bab friends. And the Wee Bab says, "I have no Wee Bab friends who can
speak
understand."
English.
And I say, "That sucks, Wee Bab. I guess we'll play later or something once you've learned the system." And the Wee Bab says, "Okay, cool."
Hey. This analogy is gonna stick in my head longer than you think. Like, I'm going to be thinking about this going into next week's episode.
It took a lot for me to not just break down while I was saying it because I legitimately
I could feel it. No, I could feel it.
I had no idea where I was and where I was going.
I was sitting there and like, you know, the shaky meme of like Mr. Krabs. I'm like, where is this bit going? I'm like reaching out to steady myself against bits of furniture. I'm like, I don't what is happening. Bravo.
So I hope that explains it perfectly for you guys out there. Because I understand it now that I've said it out loud. And it doesn't just exist in my mind. Anyway. DCC means Dungeon Crawl Classic, apparently. Okay, I'll look into it. There's a point. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest on the SNES was designed to be simplistic as an introductory JRPG for new players, but it flopped anyway because it just wasn't good. I mean, I kind of like it, but it wasn't good. Excuse me. Fair enough. Super Mario RPG was a similar concept, but did a lot better. Yeah, because you make something that's simple for people that, like, so, as we discussed with Weebab could play Super Mario RPG and get through it just fine. And then once Weebab becomes less Wii, they could find, like, mechanics and systems that they're like, oh, shit. You know, so that's the thing. You
What-
can have a lot of depth.
Once Weebab has less ease in the Wii, like he can start finding tech.
Yes, exactly. That's the hallmark of something that will last a long time and be generationally like remembered
Beloved.
and beloved. Yeah, is like there's so much more to it than just the surface, but the surface itself is good. Anyway, let's finish the video out.
You know, it's entirely possible that a new generation of gaming is just going to think that concept isn't needed and it could go away. So, yeah, I can see it happening.
Why do you do it like this? Because we always did it like this, but it's dumb. Oh. What more can you say, right? There's not really a great response to it.
It's not necessarily dumb, so that's my response to you. Okay.
Well, with that, hey, folks, what do you think? If you like this video, here's another one you might like as well. D&D Stats Explained. The one stat you cannot dump.
If you like this video and you want to help us make more, then why not check us out over on Patreon?
Our Patreon supporters get access to monthly fan games with us, monthly 5e content, and so much more.
So until next time,
Stay
stay nerdy.
Cool. Well, that video took us 3 hours to get through, technically. Really, it was only an hour and 46 minutes because we didn't start until an hour in.
Much like actual babies, Weebab lives rent-free in my head.
Good. I hope Weebab will always live there.
I don't hope so. I better start paying fucking rent, Moochie.
Fair. You know what? Get a job, Weebab.
Speak perfect English. Get a fucking job. Get a job in a call center.
That's right. No one will have to know. Okay.
And unless you answer it with, I am but a Weebab and I speak perfect English.
Yes,
I may
exactly.
help you today.
Exactly. So that was the ability scores video from Nerdarchy. It'll be linked in the description as always for every video that we cover. And it was helpful for discussion, have contentions, but overall it's fine. You know, it's more a concept than it is directly stating a few things. It does directly, I mean, they directly stated a couple of things, but you know, we've already spoken about them. Now is the point.
Discourse and I generally agreed with it.
Yeah. Now is the point where one would do the midpoint thing because it's technically the midpoint. So, hey, do you know about Patreon? Well, you should because it was just on the video, stupid. So, I'm sorry, that was mean. We also have a Patreon. You can go and support us. It's in the description if you would like to, and if you are financially able, do not worry about it otherwise. It is not obligatory. It is just another way to support us. That being said, there are people who have and have been, and it is time to give them the honor that they deserve. And that is, of course, starting from the top. Excuse me. Draco Kraken at tier 4. Thank you. Mog 0 at tier 4. Thank you as well. Rick, aka Unit Rico, at tier 4. Thank you so much. Slazer at tier 4. Thank you as well. Steely at tier 4. Thank you. Drake Cross at tier 3. Thank you. Chris at tier 2. Thank you. Frozen Spaghetti at tier 2. Thank you as well. Kill Chrono at tier 2. Thank you. Lux, the Oracle, at tier 2. Thank you as well. And of course, a thank you to our tier 1. Appreciate you all. it's always fucking weird to look at the list and think you guys give us money to make podcasts that are hours and hours of basically nothing sometimes.
More or less faffing about.
That's right. I'll try to figure out what was going on Friday. Fair enough. There you go, Lux. Another way that you could support, if you so choose, is to go over to TeePublic and get our logo on a t-shirt or other apparel or whatever else they sell, like pillows and such. You can do so. And
I should go over to TeePublic and get a couple TableTalk shirts.
Right, I
Like,
have been meaning
actually.
to. I just keep forgetting to.
The money just goes back to me, so there's free shirts.
Well,
How generous of TeePublic for giving me free clothing. Thank you, TeePublic.
that's not how that works. Anyway,
Pretty sure that's how it works.
I'm glad you're sure.
Pretty sure we get 100% of the money.
Yeah, that's how markets work. So, last but not least, of course, is you can go over to Humble Bundle using our link in the description, and anything you buy off of the site will also support us and the charity that we support, Tabletop Alliance, which also has a link in the description so you can learn more about them. I highly recommend that you would consider going and getting the Pathfinder bundle that's going on right now. It's all PDFs that aren't linked to a site that you can only go to look at them. There is a map bundle that's pretty cool. There's a VR bundle right now if you're into VR stuff. Into the Radius is in that. I didn't actually know that. I might go for that. There's a Middle Earth bundle here, as well as Harry Potter's in it. Why? Fantastic Journeys, Middle Earth and Beyond is why. Okay, I got you. A bunch of good stuff. Also their store that you can go to. Also their choices that they get, that I get every month because it's great. It's like, 8 games that you can choose out of if you subscribe to it, and you can get like 3 out of them or something. And it's only like $12 to get like AAA games. Sometimes it's more indie stuff, but like right now it's Monster Hunter Rise and No Man's Sky and Val. Oh no, these are on sale in the summer sale. Sorry. But regardless, there was a time where you could get I believe it was No Man's Sky in one of the choice bundles. So and No Man's Sky right now is good. So I've yet to play it, but I do have it. Anyway, so go check out Humble, support some charity, as well as get some games and other things. It's cool. That's enough shilling from me. There is a second video. How are you feeling, Aiden?
I'm kind of feeling like I should probably go to bed relatively soon.
Okay. Whenever you feel like you need to go to bed, you do that, because this video is not as long as I remember, hopefully. But I will go through it alone if I have to.
I will go grab an energy drink.
Oh my god.
Give me one moment.
Okay. So, oh no, this video is pretty long, isn't it?
This episode of
Yeah, it is. It's a 20-minute video. It's fine. We won't be done until like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. We'll see. So yeah. Okay. So this next video is about levels. Which levels are in some systems, right? They're not in every system, but they're in a lot of them. Now I need to check
What's
something.
up, gamers?
Now I realize at this moment that this might be a video that is about video game RPGs more so than TTRPGs, but we will see.
Is this Shadiversity?
This is Shadiversity.
Hey, let's go.
So, this is an interesting title, at least. Why character levels in RPGs are stupid. Which is an interesting title, and no, this is about TTRPGs because he refers to Nerdarchy, actually, coincidentally enough. Anyway, I've had this in the backlog for a little while, mostly because the sound quality is a little bad because something fucked up with his audio in this video, so I didn't watch a lot of it, so I don't actually know, like, what the arguments are. But, right off the bat, do you think that that character levels in RPGs are stupid?
Emphatically, no.
Me too, because they work in systems and they don't work in some other systems.
So like using like Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder as representative of levels in TTRPGs wholesale. I think that levels are representative of like experience gained as a character.
Yeah.
Not experience as in experience points, but as in like getting more used to fighting.
Yes.
And it tracks that a veteran would have more fighting experience and thusly more tricks up their sleeve and be more deadly than a novice.
Yes.
So I think that, again, tweaks could always be used.
Always.
I think that there are just some levels in 5e in particular that just kind of feel bad, like level 14 for a paladin, and to a minor degree level 15. Like you get stuff, sure, but like it's kind of eh.
Sometimes you don't get anything.
Yeah, level 15 in particular, you just don't get anything.
I mean, you technically get another spell slot or something, but
level 16 you get access to 5th tier magic, but
yeah.
Or I think it's level 16. Anyway,
it's all really relative, you know.
Yeah, like I was like, we have a campaign that's drawing to a close that I'm a paladin in, and we've all been like trying to power level as much as possible.
Oh, sure.
And I was like, we're kind of reaching the point where like our characters all have to go, and I had a little nagging thought in the back of my mind of, oh, what if we power level just one more level? And then I saw next level I got fucking nothing, and I was like, all right, let's go now.
Yeah.
So there are just some levels that just all this to say that there are just some levels which kind of feel bad. So I think that a bit of tweaking could be done to make leveling a bit more consistent. So every level you get a little something instead of like, oh wow, you get a passive 1d8 smite from this level up. Like, maybe have it start out as a 1d4, and then later on at a level where you get nothing, that's the level where it upgrades into a 1d8 or something.
Right. Levels should be more, like, they should be an event, kind of.
Yeah, like, it should always feel special.
Yes. And there are definitely cases where it doesn't.
Yeah, and I think that represents essentially failings of the system.
Sure.
It's a minor failing, but still a failing.
Yeah.
And as such, tweaks are, I think, necessary.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that we should do away with levels like wholesale.
Right, exactly. Like, in the skill-based systems, we don't use levels anyway. But that's because it's a whole different thing that's balanced on a whole different concept, right?
Exactly.
But with leveled systems, if we use D&D and Pathfinder for like their experience point systems as well as the milestone systems, one feels a little more eventful than the other. It depends. Mileage may vary on that, of which one does. For me personally, it's the milestone system. It feels more like a milestone is reached, right, with each level, though the level itself can kind of take away from that depending.
Okay.
But
it feels as if the narrative reflects the growth of your character,
Exactly.
which in general feels pretty decent.
yeah, I would say so. And if we go from purely the experience point system, it does feel good after you have done a lot of things that you would get better. It makes you go, hey, I've gotten to this point after killing like 37 goblins. That's fucking crazy. And it's just a nice reminder that you have achieved a lot.
Yeah, like now, granted, it doesn't necessarily make sense that like, oh,
Nope.
after killing 37 goblins, I've now gotten good at a second wind or
Right.
something.
Yes.
Granted, a second wind is a poor example
Right.
because second wind can absolutely be helpful fighting goblins. Anyway, what I am saying that is that there are some things you gain when you level up that aren't necessarily reflective of what you've been doing.
Absolutely.
So like perhaps a two-handed overhead cleave may be a better like thing you get when you level up.
Potentially.
Um
Having a level unlock the ability to have features that you can choose from might be a better way to do it.
that's exactly where I was going. Like the Pathfinder 2e system of
Mhm.
when you level up, pick a feat that is
Yes.
appropriate for your level.
Exactly. And like the same goes for video games where you usually have some sort of skill tree in RPGs,
Yeah.
right? As Lux says,
Thymesia has skill trees.
yeah.
And they've done a fantastic job with making nearly everything feel good.
Yeah. So,
Oh, bitch.
let us begin the almost 20-minute video. Here we go.
This episode of Shadowversity is brought to you by the Swords shirt. Available in multiple colours and variant designs, the Swords shirt proclaims the truth that every sword enthusiast knows down to their core, that swords are awesome. Why? Because swords. That's why. Available through Teespring, link in the description.
Shadowversity.
Greetings, I'm Shad, and before we begin, I want to give a shout out to a wonderful YouTube channel, Nerdarchy, like monarchy, but for nerds, Nerdarchy. Great YouTube channel, just huge amounts of role-playing game content, okay? Huge amounts of Dungeons and Dragons and everything else, really. And they upload very regularly, and like in the more recent videos that they've been putting up, their quality is just jumped up a really great level. So they
I should have wrote down when this came out. I think this was a while ago, so he may or may not have these opinions still. Who knows? But it's still important to kind of go over them, because somebody else might have these same exact ones.
come with my full recommendation. Please go check him out. Awesome YouTube channel. Now let's get into the subject of this video. Character levels in role-playing games. I have been able to enjoy the leveling system, really, that exists in every single role-playing game because it creates a sense of progression, advancement. Having said that though, even though I can enjoy them, I have come to the opinion and conclusion that I think if a role-playing game is done right, okay, it will be better and more enjoyable with character levels non-existent. Throw them out the window. So ultimately,
All right. Definitely a take.
For you. Which is kind of how sometimes I agree with his takes when they're more objective, but this is very subjective.
A very almost shocking take to have
Well, so
from someone who's been on EFAP.
right, and I would actually say it's not, because there's been many times where it seems that Shad will go for satisfaction as the concept that he's trying to achieve, and satisfaction seems to be. I mean, satisfaction is subjective in and of itself, but it seems like he ascribes a more objective thing to it, which I'm sure there are qualities to satisfaction that you could quantify objectively, but even in like the movie talk and such that I've heard him partake in every now and then, there are times where he will go on to this same appeal to satisfaction, which I always go, well, potentially, right? Like, it can be that something can be more satisfying in a certain way, but it also can be that it doesn't satisfy somebody in that certain way.
Yeah.
So, and at least for me, I really like the skill-based systems, not because they don't have levels, but because I like the skill, kind of the way that skills interact and feeling more specialized, even though levels can also do that. I mean, fucking, we play 3.5. You can specialize to hell and back.
Yeah, look at Boris.
Exactly. So, like, it's not necessarily because of the levels, it's just, I think I like skills a lot. I think that's just how it is. But the levels can facilitate me getting those skills. And so I don't think that taking out the levels from 3.5 would make it more satisfying. That's strange to think of.
Ultimately, I don't really like character levels in role-playing games. Not anymore. It's not to say, like I just mentioned, that I can't enjoy a leveling up system. I still can. You see, when you look at a role-playing game, like, step back and try and analyze it in a broad sense, you find, or I have found, levels end up being very redundant, okay? Because in terms of gaining the sense of progression and advancement, that can be achieved without levels. It can be achieved through achievements, missions that you have succeeded in, items, objects that you gain and, become like more rich, and you have more magic weapons at your disposal.
So you can derive satisfaction from achievements of any sort. Leveling is just one of those.
Yeah, plus to like. So I see that you're arguing like, oh, you should like say instead of levels get abilities. Well, look at Pathfinder 2e's leveling system where your quote unquote level is just pick which feat you want.
I think
that's your abilities.
Right.
Secondly, the leveling system is ultimately
how you get those in a lot of cases.
Well, it's also kind of just convenient. If you're just, like, if we did away with leveling, I'd be like, hey, I have a paladin. He like summons ghosts. Oh, yep. And he's also got like a pseudo dragon, which is a coffee pseudo dragon, which hastes him. So I can summon 2 ghosts as part of a round, and then I have a bonus action which I can do my ASMR for. Like, that kind of just seems like a very long-winded. But if I were to say, yeah, I have a level 15 ASMR paladin.
Yeah, you can already kind of get to that point.
That allows you to kind of reconstruct more or less what they do.
It is incredibly helpful for simplicity and categorization of power level, right? Mileage may vary of the 15th level paladin as compared to a 15th level bard, but you understand they're at least comparable enough. Yeah, the redundancy aspect is strange because, again, the level is there to facilitate you gaining these abilities, or it is there to, like, in a lot of cases, leveling gates off abilities that you can take. In video games or in TTRPGs, if you get to a certain level, you have access to things. Hell, a warlock can't do certain invocations until you reach certain levels. Because they're more powerful than you should be able to have at that point. However you want to put it narratively, it is just mechanically, if you are facing situations as a level 1 warlock, I don't think that you should be able to cast fireball at will or something, right? Like, it also helps to balance out the challenge. So the levels help to facilitate that balance in a lot of ways. Now, there could, of course, be some cases in games or in video games or in tabletop games where that isn't the case. And in those cases, I would go, well, that's unfortunate that those are redundant. That is a problem. But I'm not thinking of any off the top of my head, at least right now, but I'm sure there could be some, or there are some, even.
You can still learn new magic spells without the need of a leveling system, and as well you can still advance in skills and such, again without the need of levels. As soon as you put levels in, it brings a whole world of problems and issues that I feel have been bogging down the role-playing game genre for years.
I think
the first.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think if once you take levels out, you open the door to issues. So, for instance, say I'm running a level-less campaign.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to want to keep all of my players fairly on the same level.
Yes.
But what if someone slips through the cracks, or I give one person a slightly overtuned item or ability?
Yep.
Or it even trickier to deal with, an item or ability that synergizes really fucking well with someone else's item or ability.
Yep.
With leveling, like, it's very easy to say, all right, the whole party levels up into level 3, and now I know exactly what the party does.
Yes.
I can balance CRs very effectively. I know, like, what weight the party punches at.
Mm-hmm.
And thusly I can make appropriately lethal encounters.
Yes.
But when you take levels out, like, what if you have like a 5 or 6 person party and like the barbarian has just really kind of not been like getting good items for like a month or two now. You're trying to give them good items, but they're just kind of bouncing off and
Right.
not really like hitting, just kind of not feeling the items they're getting.
Sure.
And yes, of course, you could solve this issue with communication and being like, "Hey, what sort of item do you want?" Which I'll freely admit sort of hamstrings that point kind of a lot.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. This just going levelless seems to be opening the door to so many potentially new issues.
Yeah.
In order to solve Shad's one specific issue that he has, we're potentially inviting Pandora's box of issues.
Yeah, and like I'm interested to see what other issues he comes up with, because he said that he's noticed a few. So I hope we have more than just the redundancy issue. Because again, that seems very specific to potentially certain games. but I don't know. Time to drive home, I guess, because my phone needs a power strip. Fair enough, Lux. Have a safe drive.
Get a power bank.
That's right.
Thing to note is that generally monsters are always gauged to the strength of the characters, which makes levels pointless. Think about it. That means the same difficulty level will exist for you playing no matter what level you are.
What are you talking about?
No.
What? No. Okay, so if we're taking it from the video game aspect, usually, I'm starting with video games because it's easier. Usually, in a video game aspect, things are gated off by level because that's where you're supposed to be at that point. That's why your level is always the same. You can sometimes go to higher level areas and just die if you want. That's a thing. In a lot of games. But also, like, you can go to more challenging levels, or more challenging areas that have a little higher level, and you could try to outskill that. That's a thing you can, like, fucking The Witcher, I did that in Witcher 3. I would go to places where they were like, oh, it's fucking, this guy's a skull, and I was like, fuck it, I'll try it. And then I fucking did, and it was great.
You see that skull and you say, Psh, I ain't bitch made.
Exactly.
And then you find out that you in fact were bitch made.
Yes, exactly. But in something like D&D or Pathfinder and such, I mean, we can complain about the CR system all day, but the baseline is there for you to go, okay, so a group of supposedly 4 level 4s will be able to take on this 4 CR creature. Okay. Great. It's made to challenge them enough that they can succeed, but it's also lethal enough so that they could fail and die. The challenge is what matters, not what the level is, I guess. But the way that they calculate how challenging it is by using the level. Because that's how the system is designed. Now, again, granted, the CR system isn't great, but it's there and it sometimes works. That's more of a critique on the CR system.
Fairly well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it needs tweaks to the surprise of none.
Exactly. So, like, it's not to do with the levels, it's more to do with the system that the levels have facilitated, I guess.
So if you were just at the same level and had monsters at that, difficulty level, well then you achieve the same thing. You've lost nothing in that sense, but then you can come across more powerful monsters and have a true challenge. And you can't just say, well, I'll come back when I've leveled up a couple of 100 times and then kill him without even breaking a sweat. It takes away the point of tactics and stuff like that, because you just walk in, I have 20,000 hit.
I mean, it does, but also, like, some people do that, so it's fine. Like, that's a you issue. That's not the game issue.
I'm not even sure why the fact that more powerful monsters can be made is a feather in his argument.
It's not.
Or a feather in the cap of his argument.
It, in fact, destroys him a little bit.
Yeah, guess what? You can also make more powerful monsters using the leveling system.
Yeah.
You can go, okay, I know how hard my party hits at level 5 versus how hard they hit at level 3.
Yeah.
I adjust the AC by this much and the HP by this much, damage by this much, dust your hands, take a sip of cocoa, call it a night.
Yeah.
Hit points, I don't care how much you hit me now, I'll kill you and you're dead. You've done nothing to truly vanquish that opponent that was so difficult in the...
Truly vanquish that opponent. Don't use those words, Shad. That doesn't mean anything. That's... I vanquished it. I did. I truly did. It is dead. It is over. It is gone. That's not... You can't do that. Come on.
I consider it pretty truly vanquished.
Yeah. It's silly, Shad. Come on. How old is this video? I need to know now. This seems very strange. Like even more strange than I originally had asserted. 2017. That's not too long ago, but it's been a long while, so potentially.
I mean, we've all aged 6 years in the past,
Yeah.
like 3 years.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's. I would assume and I hope that these aren't the same opinions that he has, but regardless, let's continue.
Past apart from grinding. No tactics used, no creativity, and that's not how it would work in the real world if you were to transfer these fantasy things and make them as real as possible. Now, yes, there's a whole debate of it's fantasy, it doesn't need realism. I've made videos covering that, of course. Of course you want it to be realistic. It's immersion, you want it to be enjoyable.
Not everybody does, Shad. Not everybody does.
And so, because you have fantasy elements, that makes it more necessary to have the other parts to be as realistic as possible, to bring, the people into this world. So in summary to that point, the fact that most encounters and monsters in video games and tabletop pen and paper role-playing games are usually scaled to the strength of the players, it's the same difficulty whether they were level 5 or level 20. The next thing, levels establish the need for grinding, and I hate grinding. It's
No.
Guess what? A level-less system can have grinding too.
Yes.
Hey guys, that challenge seems awfully difficult. Let's keep getting better and better equipment and better weapons until we can raffle stomp this.
Yeah.
issue.
Grinding
Truly
exists in
vanquished.
everything.
Truly vanquished.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's wow. It's like you've forgotten the concept of in real life, even where you can go, I'm going to grind out money so that I can pay somebody else to do this for me. Like that's a thing you could do. Or you're going to hone your own skills to be able to accomplish something a lot better. Like, that might not be satisfying for you for some reason that you've done that, but that is a thing you can do. Like, what? Fucking, I could go into a Mario game, and just keep going in the same level over and over to get 99 lives. And then just do every level without having to worry about dying because I'll never game over.
Yeah.
Like, it's the same, it's in everything. You can make anything grindable.
Not creative, it's boring, you're just doing the same thing over and over. I'll kill a monster, and kill another monster, and kill another monster. So stupid. Now,
brother, okay, so let me tell you that it's a little bit more complex than just kill that monster over and over. Apparently what you're doing is going out to the local goblin cave and you're just killing the same goblin over and over because that gives you some XP and it's the easiest shit in the world. No, you can make it more memorable in a video game or in a tabletop game. If you want to grind, you can do different types of challenges, right? You can fight different types of monsters, and each of those encounters could be more exciting or less exciting depending on the situation that comes up. It really depends on what happens.
Not only that too, but I would hope your DM is not letting that fly in, regardless of him using a leveling system or not.
Yeah. There's another component here, is how is the game being run? Because if the game is being run that you can just literally go into the goblin cave and keep killing the goblins until you level up, then you need to have a conversation with your DM. Because that just sounds miserable to me. Doesn't sound like we're doing anything. You can still, quote-unquote, grind for the next big thing by doing a bunch of smaller things that are more meaningful to your characters. Side quests exist. Anything can be that.
Leveling system exists.
Yeah.
In terms of how this makes the world unrealistic, by the end of the day, you've probably killed, 200,000 goblins just for grinding, especially in MMOs and stuff like that. That's the equivalent of a whole army, greater than a whole army. Now, yes, it would take a while to get up to 200,000 monsters slain, but seriously, in many games, you have to do that. Grinding all.
You're referring to an exploit of the grinding system and assuming that that is base how it is supposed to work.
Exactly. Some games it is required to grind in because they designed it poorly. Pokemon, yes. Some games you can literally go through and challenge every fight that you come up against will prepare you for the end of the game. Chrono Trigger.
Yeah.
Like, I literally, this is such a weird, this isn't inherent to the fact that levels exist. This is just a thing that can be done. What are you talking about?
Also artificially lengthens the playtime of a game, which is cheating, okay? It's because the developers didn't have enough creativity to put plot and story and interesting encounters in, so they just fill it up with...
This is a potential fact, yes, potential, but it's not inherent for everything that can be grinded in. Almost said ground, what the fuck?
Crappy grind.
Ground beef is beef that has been grinded.
I know, but it's you don't go to somebody and you go, I ground in that game. Like you ground you. This is just weird.
Okay, is having a really tough monster that you have to work to try and defeat, okay? Not just running through a few thousand...
Oh, what it is, Chad, truly vanquish.
Also, what annoys me is if you are swamped by, 10 monsters or even, other enemies, bandits, whatever, and they are of at least a moderate level of competency, you're basically screwed in real life, okay? I don't care if you have 400 hit points, you're dead. Also, on that note, okay, the thing that leveling up gives you, the ridiculous level of hit points, to the point where...
Okay, yeah, okay, hold on.
Finish your point, is that hit points are stupid?
Yeah.
Because to an extent, you're right.
So I want... let's tackle realism first. Okay, tactics make things harder, yes. When you're surrounded by 10 bandits... and you are one guy with 400 hit points, if they are tactically minded, they are more likely to vanquish you, truly. Yes. But it's still a matter of how that goes. Like, yes, you can have a lot of realism in that game, but you could also be playing a game where you actually could beat that pretty easily. Like, this really depends on the game that you're playing, tabletop or otherwise. And then if you have a lot of HP in a game, it's unrealistic. Yes. Yes. It's a game. We kind of have to have a at least something to make it so that we don't just die instantly, because I'm not really a big fan of insta-death as the only fail state where I have to worry about, like, always dying. I'm fine with there being the threat of death, but also it is a game at the end of the day that I do want to not throw my table onto flip my entire table and go, this sucks. I keep dying because I can't beat this one guy. And I keep having to make a character every 20 minutes. Like,
you're basically invincible. So stupid, think about it. I don't care if you got 200 hit points, a dagger to a person's neck would kill them, alright? In history, there was never ever...
as a dagger to the neck.
Yeah. for a tabletop game that can absolutely still happen. For a video game, it's less likely. But usually in a video game, you have like cutscenes that happens in, because that's the point in those kinds of scenes where, yes, I know you've played through the game and you've killed a bunch of enemies, taken a bunch of hits, and like gotten to 1 HP before, and then like in the game you get stabbed once in the cutscene and you die, and that can take you out of it, I guess. But I guess I would make the same argument for like D&D of like suspending your disbelief enough that it works for you, because in that instance you could assume that in the actual narrative of the story, your character did not actually like get to within an inch of their life in a video game sense. Did not get it within an inch of their life and just fucking died from that one thing after taking 6 million hits. Like, they somehow, luckily, were able to not die to get to that point to die. Alternatively, you could just say, this sucks, I have so many hit points, how did this kill me?
Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah.
A warrior so great that he was invulnerable to a dagger to the neck. And this has really annoyed me, because in so many games you come across the Lord Rule, the ultimate bad guy of whatever fantasy setting, and as a player I'm thinking, really, there should be so many ways we should be able to kill this guy. He shouldn't be invincible. If I could sneak into his bed chambers at night and he's asleep, I should be able to kill him. Luckily, in some role-playing games there are provisions for insta-killing. Not all of them, in fact, most of them, and especially for, video games and stuff like that, nah, not at all.
Well, that's not the point of the... If you're talking about a video game, it's not the... Like, if that's what you can... Have you played Assassin's Creed? That's like the point where you can just kill a guy instantly if they don't see you. You can sneak into their thing and kill them. But if you're playing fucking, like, Dynasty Warriors... It's a completely different game. You go on a battlefield and you kill like 6 million dudes at once because they're a horde of like 1 HP guys, and you just swing your sword a bit. And then you go after the boss, and then you have this big fight. Like, it's... A video game is very different, but in a role-playing game, like, even then, most of the time, in the narrative sense, if you set up a bunch of shit to get to the point where you can just put a dagger in whoever's neck... Your DM is probably going to reward you with the fact that you can do that.
Like,
because you put in the effort.
Literally, this reeks of, like, the utter opposite of, like, oh, a dagger to my character's neck kills them. The only assumption I can make is that you would go up and say, I go up and I stab the goblin through the eye. And the DM's like, okay, make an attack roll.
Right.
And, oh, I hit, so I stabbed the goblin through the eye. That means I should insta-kill the goblin, right? Like, I understand that you don't like hit points, and that's fine that you don't like hit points. I'm not going to defend hit points in your video that you have titled Why Character Levels in RPGs Are Stupid.
Fair.
Because I think your problem with hit points in general lies far outside the scope of this argument.
Yeah. Even with that kind of thing, if you go for the eye, my immediate assumption in my fucking brain is, first, what are we playing? Is that even is that a call shot? Do we have to worry about modifiers and stuff? If you do have that as a feature that is just a part of it, then yeah, you can hit him in the eye. That's fine. Now, I guess you have to, again, you have to kind of look at it as it is a game. If you're going to just insta kill every single enemy that your game master throws at you, how fun is that for the game master, man? How good? What a good time for them
I
to...
I stabbed the boss through the eye.
Yeah. Like, and even so, sometimes, I mean, give him a little license to go, well, okay, so you stabbed him in the eye, right? And it's through his eye. He's blind in that eye. But you didn't go at such an angle that you could fucking skewer his brain, okay? So he's still alive.
But that hurts, though, and so he should spend the entire combat scrambling around on the ground because getting stabbed through the eye would hurt.
That's right. Except, let me tell you, adrenaline is a hell of a drug.
No, it would hurt, though.
Yeah, oh. Well, adrenaline is a hell of a drug. Like,
no, it would hurt, though.
Oh, well. Let me tell you, adrenaline is a hell of a drug. Anyway.
Now, you might say, well, that's kind of the point, because you want the players to get to that level of strength,
thank you.
so they don't have to worry about dying. Because when you played for a character so long, you've achieved so many things, it would be a tragedy to see him die. Well, then it really takes away any suspense of the game, if that's the case.
No, you still have the suspense of the game to die because you have hit points, and monsters can fucking kill you. That's a thing, Shad. That's a thing. The resources that you spend to heal can be worn down to a point where you get to the point of not being able to heal, Shad. And then, oh my god, you're at the point where you could die if they get a few lucky hits in.
This video seems to be a case study in providing an issue, providing an argument that is totally unrelated to this issue, and then going to see its proof.
Yeah, this is so weird. I really want to talk to you now, Shad. I really want to know if you still believe this. I really do, because I don't think you do.
No, you don't understand. The sun is yellow because air is actually suspended on like a very small scale throughout water, and that's how fish breathe. That's how gills are supposed to work. That's why you need water flowing over the gills for the gills to work.
I'm gonna say, like, I have to believe that you don't subscribe to this train of thought anymore, Shad. It's kind of insane. It's kind of insane.
A complete side note, this isn't related to D&D or TTRPGs at all, but I was in a biochemistry class in my undergrad.
Yeah.
And I think it was like lecture 3 into the semester, the teacher said that water doesn't have any air suspended in it at all because it would all just bubble up and float away. And like I twitched as someone who has worked with degassers, like any chemist.
Yeah. And
just kind of like I legit, I wish I was kidding. I was sitting next to a mutual friend of ours, Alejo, the bio one.
Okay, yeah.
And I legit just closed my notebook and just leaned my head on my hand and just sat there, and like he gave me a look, and I'm like, this is. If I were to explain this to you, it would take longer than I would risk talking in class.
That's amazing.
Yeah, this is also the same teacher that tried to describe cells taking up water as imagine the water molecules as little jelly beans. And I was like, all right, I'm done with this course. And I dropped it.
Fair. Good.
Unfortunately, I still had to take it, but I took it with like a different teacher because like biochem was required for me.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh.
Make a role-playing game really fun, and I've experienced this. I'm speaking from what I have done.
Oh.
Okay, instilling into the players' minds the possibility that their characters could die in any encounter makes every encounter epic and serious and important. I like to force my players to approach their role-playing as if it was real, because that draws them in, it sucks them in.
Yeah.
And so when they see a group of bad guys, they will suddenly double or check, question themselves, is it a good idea if I just run into the middle of them by myself? Because generally, that would get you killed.
Yeah, I mean, if this is how you run games, that is fair. That is absolutely fair. And I can agree with the sentiment. Having the fear of death makes things more exciting.
Now, funny, there are some circumstances where you could get away with it if they use tactics, okay? And that's the result. By taking away this invincibility, hit point, leveling up system, okay, from a game, it creates a more serious approach to gameplay and fighting and combat. And
you haven't established how that even correlates to what you just said. Because you can still do that in the leveling system that you have run, I assume. Did you just take away levels out of your D&D? What are we doing, Chad?
Chad, I expected better of you.
Yeah.
And in many cases, it comes to a point where the players rightly need to say, it's time to run. Where they have engaged a monster which is so big and so strong, not by virtue of hit points or levelings, but by virtue of its size and strength.
Okay, there's a link to this, which is interesting. So at some point, I might actually look into this. I gotta make a note to myself. Chad, TTRPG session, no levels, better for him. I just
think, didn't Shad make an RPG system that
Yes.
like looked fairly good? Yeah.
Yes.
And like if it doesn't operate off levels, cool.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Which again,
I'm down to give it a try, but
Exactly.
like I'm not gonna objectively be like level's bad though.
Yeah, this is definitely a preference, and I can understand that, but we can't just go around saying taking levels out will make every TTRPG better, because it makes you think more tactically. Like, that's not a causation. This is barely a correlation.
That, yeah, it's time to run and figure out a better strategy to kill this thing, and it creates such a fun game, okay? I've had entire roleplay sessions where the entire game was just trying to defeat one monster.
Sure.
And it's a bit like Dark Souls. The more difficult that you make the encounters, the greater satisfaction and payoff when you succeed. The next unrealistic thing that a leveling up system...
I mean, Dark Souls comparison is just a thing, sure. Just,
Alejo.
Hello.
So I'm playing Thymesia.
Okay.
And this whole game, the bosses have thus far like really cool aesthetic. Even the one I'm fighting, hold on, I'll get you an image. It's admittedly bit of a set piece, but like still pretty cool. God of the Fools. It is a giant tree that is growing like cystic pustules, like Dark Souls 3 style. Except unlike Dark Souls 3, where it's just sitting and squatting, it is Wait. No.
You're pointing at it. I see.
Yeah. Shut up. Oh, that's why I hit Windows instead of Control.
Idiot.
Funny meme. You shut the fuck up, all right? You're
Never.
true, but shut the fuck up.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this whole level is a boss fight where you run around on that scaffolding, fight groups of enemies, and avoid like big sweeping attacks.
Sure.
Bit of a set piece, but like at least the boss is visually cool.
Yeah.
And then this game has a special thing where you attack an enemy and you do wounds, and its health goes from white to green.
Oh, cool.
And then you have to use a special mechanic with like your claws.
Uh-huh.
And you bring out these spectral claws and you start scratching into the enemy, and then their green health goes down.
Uh-huh.
If their health gets it's sort of like Monster Hunter, where like you take an attack and your health will go from full to like half, and then it will slowly regain so long as you don't take damage for a time.
Okay, it becomes a gray bar of health, kind of.
Yeah. All the enemies have that, and that's
Gotcha.
that green bar of health that you have to do spectral claws to do the attacks for.
Okay, yeah.
So you kind of have to defeat each enemy twice, and it's
cool.
like kind of cool. And the combat is very Bloodborne-esque.
Okay.
Which is very fun for
Mobility
me.
heavy. Yeah.
Yeah, very heavy.
Cool.
And once you can defeat an enemy, a little indicator will appear on them, letting you know that you can just press the RB button and you will like slash through them like anime style and
do
kill
the
them.
finisher.
Yeah. Now that boss, you fight along that scaffolding, and then you get to the top, and then oh god, that's very loud. And then just that indicator appears. So I am standing. It's a bit blurry because like stuff is happening on camera. But that's that red. That's that indicator.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
So you can see their health bar at the top,
Yeah.
full.
Yeah.
And then at the bottom by my character, that little red thing means that's an insta-kill button.
Yeah.
And one of the bosses that I fought tonight is just like a giant worm.
Yeah.
And it was kind of also a set piece.
Okay.
And also had an insta-kill, but you at least fought it to get it down to an insta-kill state.
Yeah, of course.
It's just its whole second phase was an insta-kill state. First phase was tough, second phase insta-kill.
Gotcha.
This, though, literally, you just dodge the boss the entire time, and then you just insta-kill it.
Ooh. That's not great.
Having gone from the bosses being caviar to this is the worst feeling.
I fucking bet.
Like, it's like God of War times Assassin's Creed.
Yeah. Gotcha.
QTE bosses, let's go!
Woo! We all love them.
Alright, I'm done with my tangent.
I
Go back to
appreciate
GT
it.
now.
It make me interested and happy. And then a
Oh,
little
good.
sad.
It didn't make me happy.
And then a little sad, and then a little more sad. And now we get to go back to sad.
I kind of don't. I kind of want to just quit out of this level to object. Just
Fair.
not do this boss.
Yeah. Luke says, I'll let a player attempt to stab the goblin in the eye. I won't let them declare that a successful attack roll successfully stabs the goblin in the eye. Unless they do something more involved than that. The eye doesn't get stabbed unless the HP goes below 0 or the character at least scores a critical hit. That's a way to do it. Sure. Yeah. Now this parking lot's nice, but time to continue the drive. Well, thank you for pulling over.
You've not left yet?
Thank you. No, left and then took a moment to park and then type that out and then continue driving.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Please drive safe. Anyway.
Have a good ride.
Yeah.
Creates is that it makes monster dispersion very unrealistic. Video games are the greater culprits.
Leveling,
because I know for myself, in my
leveling lies as oh my god.
I don't know. We're jumping.
Getting rid of leveling does not fix the issue of imbalanced monsters.
Yeah,
you do realize that, right?
I do. I don't know.
Imbalanced monsters can happen regardless of leveling.
Yes.
They hopefully shouldn't happen at all, but you know what? They sometimes do.
It definitely can.
Role-playing games, I make the map and say there's a really strong dragon there, and I don't care if the players waltz in and they're level 5 or were level 5 or whatever. It's still going to be a massive dragon and they'll probably die, which means they have to try and figure out, alright, what's a safe place to go and what's not. If someone says, don't go that way because there's lots of monsters there and you'll die, that actually makes them, listen to those statements. And it's just so stupid.
This is such a thing. Okay, sure.
Guess what? You can have a strong, the most... you've quote-unquote leveled your party is you gave the barbarian a +1 sword.
Yeah.
Guess what? The dragon's still tough.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
Dragon is tough regardless of level.
Yes. This is I assume you made it so that they you have it in this game. Okay. Let me collect my thoughts. So, I assume, Shad, that you were running this game, and the way that you ran it, you discussed with your players beforehand that you would run it this way. That tactics were what mattered, and not levels and such. So you could probably come out on top if you thought about things, and you got to the point where you could enact plans and strategies to save, or to conquer whatever foes. Okay? I assume that that's where we're at. I assume that your players are fine with this, but I gotta tell you, man, not everybody plays like that, so what are we doing? Why is this a failing of the leveling system when you literally have just said, I made it so that they could, from what I gather at least, it's not what you literally said, let me take that back. From what I gather, you just don't play games with levels because you don't like them, and you want it to be more of a skill-based challenge of tactics. So it's more like a war game with some roleplay elements, and less of the D&D that I know. Or something. And that's totally fine. It's fine if that's how you play it. That's fine if that's how you run it, and that's what your players enjoyed and enjoy. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But you are not making a fucking argument. You're just giving us anecdotes mostly, and then giving us non sequiturs that are somehow supposed to tie into your argument. I don't know where I am, and this is not what I expected of you.
This is one of the very rare videos in which I'm not totally about what Shad is saying. Generally, Shad kind of kills it.
Yeah.
Normally.
That you, in video games, like I said, you see this more often. You start an area and all the monsters are leveled to your level perfectly. When you go to the next level, oh look at that, they've just increased enough strength to that exact same level of the level of strength that I'm at. And it continues on through the whole game, and it comes into that problem where I mentioned before, that the difficulty level remains the same, and so this leveling up thing becomes an artificial construct, because really you're fighting the same difficulty monsters for the whole game. And it's stupid that all
No, you're not. In fact, you just said the monsters get tougher.
Yeah.
Secondly, of course, leveling is an artificial construct. D&D is an artificial construct, my guy.
Everything is like, who gives a fuck? Let's move past that.
Language is an artificial construct.
Exactly. Let's just move past that. That means nothing. Like, nobody cares. Well, I'll accept it and concede that everything's a construct. Okay.
In this one
We live in a society.
area are of a certain strength. Surely there would be a couple of there would be multiple levels of different strength monsters if there are different types of monsters in an area. Another thing that leveling up ruins in role-playing games is that it creates a wall to the best and most engaging stuff in the game. You've heard of endgame content in MMORPGs and stuff like that?
Endgame content can
Why
happen
hold that back?
without levels, my guy. If you're the leveling system does not create a wall. Not being tough enough
That's what
creates the wall. And not being tough enough happens whether you use leveling or not.
Like, you expect me to believe that you think that you should, from the start of any game, just be able to walk to the big bad guy's fucking lair and just kill him outright? You really expect me to believe that that I should just be able to do that?
You level 1, you need to be able to slap the dragon's booty cheeks.
Like, I don't think you believe that. I really don't, because in that case, that fucking enemy, whatever it is, what's the point?
In the end, a dragon is nothing more than a big kobold.
That's right, exactly. Like, at the end of the day, if just anybody can go and just destroy this thing from the first fucking moment that they exist, then how did they ever get to this point?
The reason the dragon's been plaguing the kingdom is because all the knights are really lazy.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, what is everybody doing?
Oh, fuck.
I just... You realize what you're trying... Like, okay.
Between hours upon hours of grinding before you reach the level cap.
If we're talking about MMORPGs, it's a totally different conversation, okay? An MMORPG is built for you to sink your time and money into. That is what it is. Most of them are not there for you to enjoy the story. Some of them have good stories, don't get me wrong, but most of them are pay per month to get you to play as much as possible and spend as much money as possible.
Alejo.
Yeah.
I have a question. Like, you framed MMORPGs in a way that gave birth to this question in my mind. Were MMORPGs the precursor to gacha games?
Yes.
Like, it's just where instead of pretty girls, it's time.
No, see, I think that the gacha games have always existed in some form, but I think MMOs were just the way to get
okay, so it's like it.
Yes, it is.
It just changes form.
Yes, 100%. Yes. There's only 8 minutes left. I can do this.
We are 10 minutes in.
I know. This is the problem is he's not said anything more. Like, it's just repeating the same points.
We've spent a lot of time talking about a video that he said nothing in.
Exactly.
It's a good picture frame, by the way.
It is really fun stuff. I have given up on so many video games because of that. This also applies in pen and paper role-playing games. I know you will never find the best, enchanted gear until you're of that appropriate level. That sucks. If funny thing, right? A lower level character would have more precedent and need to get the more powerful magic items just so they can...
Okay, literally, I've admittedly anecdotal evidence, but I've not played a single, TTRPG where the DM said, oh, here's some sick nasty gear. You can't equip it until you're level 5.
Yeah, that's an MMO thing.
That's a Cyberpunk 2077 thing.
Yeah, also the and also like my man, okay. So, let me tell you. How do you go about and get those items? Tell me
Gameplay.
how.
Gameplay?
Oh, okay. Okay, sure. So what does that consist of?
Killing leveled monsters, and leveled monsters are evil because they're leveled.
Right. Okay. Alternative. A man comes up to you in the game, in your tabletop role-playing game.
What's his level?
Too high, okay?
I don't care. Levels are evil.
Okay. Well, man comes up to you and says, "Hey,
I
man."
stab him through the eyeball.
All right. He continues living. Man comes up to you now with your sword.
Through the other eyeball.
Man comes up to you very blind with both of your swords in his eyeballs and says, "Hey, man, that hurt."
I hate HP.
That's right. And also that hurts. And also, I think you need this incredibly magical weapon to go and fight a big bad guy. Okay. I think
the magical item and I stab him through the eyeball.
Wait. Well, unfortunately, the magical item is tied to my health, so if you kill me, it will disappear. But I could sell you the rights to the magical item.
His soul disappears.
Ultimately, what I'm trying to say is there's more than one thing that will fucking keep you from getting those items, whether it be money, your own personal experience with said weapons, or the fact that you would have to travel through a dangerous area to even get to that end thing, or to get to the item itself, and then from the item to get to the bad person. Like, it's all a part of how it goes, but regardless, that's not a level problem.
The DM has many ways to gatekeep you from the content that you want to get to from level 1. To assume that the DM is reliant upon the leveling system is folly.
The other thing that I would say is the point is to try to make it so that your time between when you are starting out to the point where you get to the content that you want to get to is enjoyable, is the responsibility of the DM. Excuse me. And yourself, really. Both of you, in tandem. It's kind of the whole point of the shared storytelling kind of aspect. If you're not gonna give a little, the fucking DM is gonna have a bad time, and you're gonna have a bad time, and then it's just gonna fucking ripple out from there. Like, you can't just, like, what? Why would you even make the implication that you should be allowed to go from your fucking bed as a peasant to go and just get the item immediately from off your bedside table to go and kill a guy that is terrorizing a place?
That's the problem with serfs nowadays. No, get up and get at them.
Exactly.
I haven't seen a serf pull themselves up by their bootstraps and fight the dragon.
You fucking devalue all of your encounters if everything is just gonna be, I could just do it now. Fuck it. Why not? Like, okay. Maybe your guy doesn't know these tactics yet. Oh, but the guy is me. Oh, okay. Then you're just doing a self-insert, are you? Like, okay.
Also, I gotta meet the call real quick.
Yeah. I'm so upset.
Compete with the more powerful monsters and characters, then the higher level characters really need them. Special items and equipment.
Dude, do you know what scaling is? Your best item that you have as a level 1 will be pittance compared to what you can get later. Now, is that a problem that, like, just welcome back. He's just said that an item, a very powerful magic item, will be less useful to a higher level character, which I then go scaling, idiot. Like, yes, when you're fucking at the starting of the game, your fucking shitty +1 magic longsword is gonna be garbage compared to True Bringer, the one that is prophesized to deliver us from evil. Like, yeah. Okay.
If you stab them through the eye.
That's right. I'll get that fucking... I'll take a stick and I'll do it.
Truebringer or stick.
I know what I'm putting my faith into. A sword-like weapon, not a sword.
Should be given as a reward for not the level of monster, because really if you're a high enough level you can make that encounter pittance easy for you. What makes it far better? You take away the leveling system, okay, and you give points to characters to, you know, make their character however much they want, and they can't max everything, so they have to either be balanced or specialized, and also allowing them to progress in certain skills based on playstyle, and then having it, that's it, okay, and making encounters that are either weak, strong, or whatever, and then when you have an encounter or a dungeon or whatever that's particularly hard for all the characters in the game, not just certain levels, but all the characters, that means the rewards you can put in that dungeon are rightly earned by whoever completes it. Levels?
Let me tell you, man, that isn't exclusive to non-leveling systems. So stop. Just stop. I don't... You can do that, that's fine. That is a system. That is not a leveling system. Great. You haven't told me how that makes it bad to use a leveling system that can do the same thing. You just said that there's another way to do it. That's it.
Also reduce skill curve in games. You need less skill to play the game when you're a higher level than you do when you're a low level.
Not necessarily.
You also need less skill when you're objectively more powerful.
Yes. But, like, that's okay. This is why you have equally challenging monsters when you get high level, so that you have to continue to be skillful.
Yeah, but leveling's bad though.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
Because when you're in low level, you might actually step outside the designated area that have these monsters appropriate to your strength level or whatever. So you might go out of area and find more difficult monsters, and that will require you to play smarter, play more tactical. But if you're the max level and have the max gear, you don't even need to try anymore. You just walk wherever you want, kill them, yeah, whatever, I've got so many much hit points I can...
I don't believe you've ever gotten to max level in any game. I just don't. I really don't. Like, some endgame content doesn't challenge, sure, but not all of it. Like, what have you played, Chad? Tell me what you've played. I need to know examples now, because you're just saying these things, and I have no references to go off of, and my god, would a reference help?
I can do so much damage, I can just kill anyone I want. There's no skill in that at all. Like, saying someone who is at a level, whatever, the max level,
These
is a
are
good player.
not issues with the leveling system. This is just issues with RPGs done poorly, and you're blaming them on the leveling system.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, you've probably done everything in the game, and now it's just, it's done. You can start over if you want, but you've done it. You're done with the game. You've done all the content. There is a point where you can stop playing. That is a thing. There is an ending. Like, I don't know what I have to have these assumptions because you have given me nothing to work off other than just this shit that you keep spouting. And that's it. Again, no references whatsoever. Because if you gave me one that I could even agree with, then you would have something for me to, like, start going, okay, I see where you're coming from. You're just saying, MMOs, some video games, tabletop games, some of them. I'm like, give me something.
No, it actually
Pac-Man
kind of
is
means
pretty
that
fun, and it doesn't have leveling.
I fucking love Pac-Man. I bought the new Pac-Man World repacked, and it was great. It even has Pac-Man inside, like original Pac-Man. It's crazy. It's great. Anyway.
they're a worse player. Oh, but I had to work to get to this level. What, by grinding? You think grinding takes skill? Another result of that is that when you...
It can! It absolutely can.
Yeah, if all you're grinding is goblins, then like no, but like what if you're grinding world bosses?
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but the way that games make it so that you don't grind the shitty little monsters that you can kill in like 1 or 2 hits is they give you...
You stop getting experience.
They either stop giving you experience or they give you so little experience that it would take you fucking hours upon hours, even days, to just do that. Hell, I have seen videos of people playing WoW and never leaving starting areas and just mining until they got max level. That is a thing that people do. I would die, but it is a thing that you can do.
You like menial tasks.
I do like menial tasks, but I have done my piece with WoW, okay? I got the Insane in the Membrane achievement, and that was already menial enough to the degree that it took me on and off 2 years to do. So, like, yeah, I've spent my time. I know how that works. I'm not gonna do that shit for no one. Not even myself.
When you start a game at level 1, for me, I don't feel like I'm a true part of this world or a significant part that I could do anything of particular in. Like, it's funny.
It seems very obvious to me, Shad, that you don't seem like you're invested or immersed in any game that you play from this perspective. It's fucking weird.
I wonder. This makes me want to do like a Garibay-esque experiment where I start a campaign and I tell everyone but Shad, you're level 1.
Yeah.
And they go, okay. And for the first few weeks of the campaign, where like, oh, like we haven't leveled up to level 2 yet. But like, oh, we've just not gotten any good gear. There's no levels in this campaign.
Yeah.
Man, golly, I feel so invested.
Yeah.
It really feels like a living, breathing world.
I don't know where I am. I don't know who this man is, but this can't be Shad. I can't. This is fucking Skinwalker fucking Shad right now. I have no idea. I can't. I just can't.
Neverwinter Online, the MMORPG.
Thank you.
Dungeons and Dragons based, okay? When I first started it, they generally changed the beginning missions or anything, but when I first started, you're fighting off the invasion of the city, and I can't remember it perfectly, but there's enough examples of this, like for instance Champions Online, the old, it's old now, superhero MMORPG.
Sure.
Beginning mission, you fight off the monsters that are attacking. Funny, they're both attacking cities. Are we seeing a pattern here? But after you do this beginning mission, you're hailed as this wonderful, great warrior, and that you've saved the city, but you're level 1. Like, you're weak as anything, and they're saying, you saved the city, and so this concept of leveling is destroying the, setting that they're trying to create, that you've done something.
Okay, no, it doesn't, because you are still a participant in the act of saving the city. Doesn't matter what level you were, you did your part, you should be celebrated for it, you've saved lives. That's a thing that happened, and guess what happens after that? More bad shit, or in terms of Neverwinter,
shit gets worse.
Yeah, the things get worse that you are then going to rise to meet the challenge. Like, that's just how it works. Like, you have to have some personal, like, investment in rising to meet that challenge, because otherwise, why even be a part of the story? Why, like, you don't want to see yourself take on that thing? Okay, because I don't know, you don't want to be hailed as like a hero, a better hero. Like, it's not just that you get to a point and you stop at that point of being like a hero. You could be a better hero, a more powerful hero, technically. You killed a bunch of cool monsters in the start. Great. There's going to be a bunch of stronger, cooler monsters later on that you could kill. Okay. Cool. That makes it so that you, in terms of the game, have done something that you couldn't have done at level 1. Something better that you have done now. Like, it's not... You have access to so many more abilities once you reach that point, too. Like, you... I don't understand. I don't get it. What is the issue? What is the actual problem here? It's
Leveling.
not...
I think he's been very clear on that.
It's not the levels. It's your investment. It's you, Shad. It's you. I don't know how you don't see this.
Significant, when in reality, no, you haven't. You're fighting the weakest monsters that you'll face in this entire game. You haven't achieved spit. You're not a true hero, okay? You're not going to be a true hero or a valid, important part of this world until you grind your days out and become a strong warrior. That sucks, okay? When you start a game, you want to enjoy it to its full. Engage in the best stuff that is in the game, and that's...
I would immediately then cite everybody who enjoys that stuff. Immediately. Like, that is an immediate counter. If they are enjoying it, you have nothing to stand on. That's just it.
That will encourage you to stay and play more, and then it gives you more choices, okay, possibilities. In a setting where levels don't exist, okay, you start and you could choose to do anything. You could try and achieve the same thing that a player is doing, at that point, who's been playing for 5 years. Just, that looks fun, I'll give it a go as well. Now, of course,
Yeah, and you'll
skill-based,
die horribly because you don't have the equipment or skills necessary.
Yeah. So that, and also you've now undermined what a fucking 5-year veteran player has been doing if you can just do it easily.
Yeah, okay, Kirito.
Yeah, like...
probably have difficulty, but it's still possible, okay? And that makes it fun.
Okay, so if it's possible, anything's possible. Great.
It's also possible to fight off a dragon as a level 1 party.
Yeah, so then it's possible for you to want to, I don't know, equip yourself enough by spending 5 years playing the game, grinding, getting a lot of money, weapons, like, fucking, what are you doing? What? What's the point of the game if you don't have to, if you're working, like, okay. Okay.
When I start a role-playing game, like pen and paper, depending on the goals of my character, I want to feel that I could try and work towards those goals straight away. If it was to kill the evil ruler or king who, wiped out my home village or whatever, I want to think that it might even be possible to kill that king and get my revenge in the first play session. Generally...
You want to just complete your character's entire fucking mission of their life in the first play session?
So what I'm understanding is I want to be able to finish my character's entire character arc within the first 10 minutes. And levels are keeping me from that. No, it's not because I can't roll 17 straight nat 20s in a row. It's levels. That's what it is. It's levels. No, it's not because of narrative and pacing. It's levels. Am I out of touch? No, it is the levels who are wrong.
Okay. So, let me ask you, and pose this as a thing that you would fucking pose, Chad. Do you think it's narratively satisfying if I were to watch a movie where the entire goal of the main character is to immediately fucking kill their I don't know, kill the tyrannical overlord of the world? Okay, the world has been taken over. This is a thing. This is established. It is shown on the news. Tyrant still reigns supreme. Okay, the character then says, "I can do that. I can kill him." And so what they do in those first 10 fucking minutes
They stab them through the eye!
is they go up and they stab him through the eye, and that's the fucking story. Like,
Shad, may I remind you, humbly, that The Force Awakens was a story that there weren't levels in. Look how that turned out.
grinding can be training. Like, that's a thing. Guess who didn't train? Rey.
Guess who did train? Anakin.
Yeah. Guess what happens when Rey doesn't train? She just absorbs powers out of nowhere. She just gets them. She just becomes the best and is able to destroy what is the
Palpatine?
No, the new Death Star, the first we're going for Force Awakens. Starkiller Base. Like, she's able to help in that destruction, and that is resolved. Like, would you be so foolish as to cite that she obviously grew a bunch of power levels somehow? She leveled up somehow very quickly and was able to go and do the end game content quickly? I don't think so. And regardless, like, the movie is at least more satisfying because there is, quote unquote, I mean, there really isn't for her, but there are supposed to be trials and tribulations that she will go through to get to that end. Han Solo dies and all that shit, whatever. But, like, it's supposed to be tragic for her and it's supposed to affect her, but, like, it doesn't make sense and all that stuff. Like, granted, but, like, that's part of the, like, all of the journey up to that point is supposed to be her getting to that point to be able to do this shit. In many stories, it is this way. Much better executed. But, like,
Lord of the Rings would have been better if Frodo had stabbed Sauron through the eyeball.
Just had the ability to, and, like, is it really that unrealistic?
The hero's journey? No, the hero's stabbed through the eyeball.
Is it really unrealistic for us to, like, take your logic and apply it to literally every fucking movie that you like? Because this is fucking weird. Should we just immediately be able to take on something? Sure, we could. But more often than not, you are not going to be able to.
Frodo could have fought Sauron.
He could have. Fucking, they could have taken the Eagles to fucking Mordor. I bring up that fucking argument because that's the same fucking logic we have here. And everyone hates that fucking argument. Don't you dare even think that this, like, it's not a false equivalency or anything. This is the same fucking dissatisfaction that someone could have. It was so easy that they could have just taken the Eagles and just gone over to the mountain and thrown it in.
The Eagles were technically forbidden. They really couldn't have.
I know.
I know you know too, and that's why I'm confused as to why you mention it.
what I'm saying is that so they're not technically forbidden. It's just that it would have made it so that they were very obvious, and then they would have been shot down immediately and fucking killed, and the ring would have been taken, and all this kind of stuff. What I'm saying is the basis is that it's possible that they could have done it. There's a series of coincidences, luck, and everything where if they had gotten on those eagles, they could have, through sheer luck, basically, gotten to Mount Doom and thrown the ring in, and it would have been over in a couple of days. It's incredibly unlikely. Just like a peasant waking up in the morning and going and killing the Lich King.
Yeah.
That is my point.
Puts on, slips on his brass knuckles, doesn't even put on a shirt, and just strides to Vecna and just cold cocks him across the jaw.
Yeah. Okay, home now. That's a 50-minute drive. Parking lots are life. Fair enough.
It's a big parking lot.
I assume Shad would like Breath of the Wild. That is the thing you can do in Breath of the Wild. Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably would love Breath of the Wild. Anyone could come up and stab me in the eye at any time right now, but if you all wait until I stop being lazy and inform my cult, it's going to get a lot harder. Yeah, that's true. But also, I
You won't. A good DM will try and make difficulties, so you still have to work to achieve it. That's the key, working to achieve it. Not grinding, but obstacles, overcoming obstacles to get there. But I'd like
which is part of leveling, so stop.
to think if I could think up something particularly creative and inventive to kill the king, that I could pull it off. That there's no artificial barriers or walls preventing me from doing something clever.
So you can still do that with levels. Stop.
And these are the advantages of not having levels in a role-playing game. And I think it makes a far more engaging and enjoyable experience. Now, it needs to be made right. There's a lot of ways to fail at a game that doesn't have levels as well. One of the dangers is how easy it is for players to die, because if you make all the monsters and everything to a certain level of killability, granted you can have differences, like in a system that me and my brother made that doesn't have levels, Cogent Roleplay, you can download it for free, it's in the description, probably should have mentioned that near the beginning, doesn't have levels. You can advance in certain skills after working.
I'm sure it's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm sure it's good. I'm baffled still.
But even though there are no levels, I could still put in really tough monsters that were, difficult to kill.
When the system is designed around such a concept, you can do it so that it works. Yes. Good job.
And so not all monsters will be at the same level of killability, but for people, yes, a dagger to the neck will generally kill everyone, and the problem is, a dagger to any of the players' necks could kill them as well. Yeah, and it's so much better when you play it to make it really fun, because no one likes having a character die, but I've had many characters die very often, and you need to learn to accept that. In fact, I think it's actually something that can help you out in life, learning to deal with disappointment, failure. And
did you love dealing with the disappointment of The Last Jedi? I'm sorry, that's just mean. It's just mean.
A low blow.
I'm sorry. I'm very done. Because you are making literally no arguments. I'm sorry. It's as vapid as somebody who was defending those movies. That's the problem, okay? I can't stop drawing the parallels. I
feel bad because I was the one who initially mentioned that trilogy.
I know, but it's there. It is that bad.
And getting over things, it should be possible for their characters to die, especially if they do stupid things. If a player says, I'm going to go jump off a cliff, I'm like, alright, you jump off a cliff, you land and you die. Consequences to actions. If a player does something legitimately stupid, they reap the rewards of their...
You know what is Femix's example of a player jumping off of a cliff and dying?
What?
Keyleth in campaign 1 of Critical Role
Yep.
jumped off a cliff and said, "We're basically gods, right?"
Yep.
And turned into a goldfish.
And died.
And died. Now, I can't help but think that Critical Role, if memory serves, uses levels.
Yeah. I think so.
It's almost like players can do stupid things and win stupid prizes regardless of whether there's levels. Now, granted, that's just a hypothesis for now. We'll have to see more evidence, and then it can become a theory.
Yeah, it's true.
Gonna follow the scientific process on this, Shad.
Yeah.
Better be afraid.
That's right.
Choices, and they have to learn to make better choices. And I really do feel, even though the byproduct of not having a leveling up system in an RPG, the result, the unavoidable byproduct, is that characters are more killable, just as all the NPCs. That creates more suspense and immersion and a more serious approach to role-playing, which makes it far more fun overall.
It absolutely could. It could also be a different thing that makes more fun, where it's a meat grinder and everybody really likes seeing how they'll die. And like they take joy out of that instead, or they fucking hate it.
Or people will feel really defensive of their eggshell characters.
Yeah.
And you've now increased the tedium of your game.
Yeah, exactly. Like
it can go either way, man.
It can go.
It depends.
So many.
It depends truly upon your table.
Yeah, and what you prefer.
And there you go. Those are my thoughts on leveling up systems in RPGs. I think it's
horrible.
Well and truly time to be done away with them. I'm sure that there will be many of you who will disagree with me. I look forward to reading your comments down below. I've just been simply sharing my opinion. And if you do want to try out a free role-playing game system that does not have levels at all, you can go check out Cogent Roleplay, which was developed by myself and my brother. It's available online for free. It's in alpha. It still has a lot of polishing work on to doing, and you know, if myself and my brother get around to do it, we will polish it. But it's certainly playable. We've also used this system in all the role-playing sessions that we played on Tabletop Time. Tabletop Time, unfortunately, is on a hiatus. No videos are getting made currently. Doesn't mean we won't continue on in the future. But if you do want to see Cogent, what it's like in action being used, go check out some of the role-playing sessions on Tabletop Time. Thank you for watching, I hope you have enjoyed, and until next time, farewell.
That was shocking. Like, Shad has absolutely killed it in every video I've seen of his thus far. And I understand not every video can be a home run. I get that. But, like,
Even if it's like not great, it's still like good enough, you know?
Like, I understand not every video can be a home run, but like there's something to be said about when the batter changes stance and just whacks the umpire across the face with the bat.
Exactly. It was fucking awful. That was absolutely fucking awful. Like, ugh. Just stop. Ugh. It's more me telling them the feeling of disgust that I have to stop. Because there was nothing. There's just nothing. All I heard was, I don't like levels in systems. I'd rather play it in games without levels. And that's all I heard. Levels are bad because I don't like them. Great. Okay. Cool. I just don't know. I just don't know what
it's just an endless barrage of non sequiturs and unfinished arguments delivered so quickly so as to steamroll any potential opposition into submission.
I don't know how you looked this over and approved it. I really don't. Yeah, it's crazy. It's fucking insane. I still
It's delivered in such a way that's completely counter to how Shad usually delivers his content. Too.
yeah, I I really do still think that you don't believe this. I really do.
Date was this? I feel like I asked this a lot in the show, but like, what date was this published?
It was in 2017.
Yeah, it wasn't in April 1st, was it?
No, I don't think so. Let me check. Uh 14th. No, April 14th. This can't. No, there's nothing in it to say like it's a joke. There's no comment that he made. No, it's
Like, I have a hard time believing this is from Shad. Like, this
yeah.
sounds so
know.
counter to how Shad would normally like act. Like, Shad is very. How would I put it? The word that comes to mind is procedural or deliberate. Like,
Okay.
we have this statement of facts that are proven true. Thus, we establish this theory, which is supported by these. And then moving forward, we establish this theory, which is
Yeah.
supported by these. Like, it's very a deliberate progression that you can track. Like, you start from results, and then you get conclusions because of those results. Whereas this video was indicative of him going, I don't like blank because blank. And here are some niche examples, which were him like giving very bad examples.
Very
usually.
like not even giving like actual
Non
fucking
sequiturs.
examples.
Like there's no actual. There's no evidence. Normally, I see
know.
evidence. There is none.
Yeah, no, that's why I was saying, give me a reference. And once he started, he went into two that were for 1 point that again didn't help him, and it didn't help me understand how he's seeing this. Well, it makes me understand how he's seeing it. Let me actually say I understand that he feels like he should be able to feel rewarded from doing these actions, and that it should feel like he's actually accomplished something, but he does not from an MMO. Those ones in particular. So, and he would if there was no grinding in that MMO and he could take on the end game stuff and there was a chance that he could win.
You know what? If hold on. Let me. I'll be right back.
Okay. It's fucking awful. Just I'm less like upset and I'm just like sad. It's fucking crazy. Actually, I don't think I saw this one. I was thinking about his other video on why classes and games are stupid, which I don't recall being much better. That was also on my docket, so we'll see how that one does.
All right.
In the future.
I would actually be willing to run a campaign where everyone uses the level system except Shad.
Yeah.
Like I would do that for him.
Yeah.
Now say we'll say Shad wants to like do a lot of like fighting with things, have like a sword and board, or like maybe use a bow if he needs to, I'd be like, yeah, sure. And like to start off, I'd say, you know what, why don't we pick a weapon that your character favors? Like, what sort of style do they fight with? And you know what? Just to give your character a bit more survivability and utility, how about we have, oh, say once per day, they can heal by such and such amount. And Shad
Yeah.
would go, okay. And then while everyone else hits level 2, I'm like, hey, I want to represent that your character is like getting some new skills. So how about we make it so your character, when it comes to like their round in combat, can like surge with action and like and like attack twice where normally they would only be able to attack once, and Shad would go, oh wow. And like while everyone else is hitting level 3, I would say, hey, you know what, like I'll give you the option to like learn some magic or truly be a master of battle or like a champion of the people. And Shad would go, oh wow, I feel so invested. I'm so glad you're not doing levels with me.
Yeah, I know. It's just it's such a fucking insane position. I just don't understand. Yeah, apparently his classes video isn't much better, so that's on the docket at some point, so we'll see if we get disappointed again. He understands medieval weapons, but I think he's more narrow-minded when it comes to game design, though I also remember him arguing that we should narrow the definition of the medieval era to the last 200 years of it, because people only think about knights and castles when they hear medieval. Rejecting the academic definition of that term because people on the internet don't know things about it, and this was a position he defended pretty hard. Oh. No. I don't think so. Thank you.
In fairness, I actually sort of kind of agree with Shad.
Why?
So, I understand that the word in its current iteration and usage defines far more than what idiots on the internet think.
Yeah.
However, language is what's the term?
So-
not viable, not affluent, not labial. It's constantly changing and in flux, and you can just as easily you can just as easily like come up with an umbrella term that describes what is the definition of the medieval section like era, and let the idiots on the internet have their 200 years that is the medieval era.
So we're going to just cater to them?
Yes.
Why?
Because they're loud and annoying, and I don't want to have to deal with them.
So I'd rather not, because that just makes it so that they can get away with that kind of stuff.
Dude, like
I understand the wanting to just put it down and not worry about it, but I don't think that, I don't know, it doesn't seem like a good enough reason to just like completely change that for a small subset of people who can't be bothered to look on the internet that they are on for like information that they could learn, if they have any interest whatsoever. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a thing that I don't know. We don't have to accept that as the academic definition. We can just let them be wrong. I mean, sure. Well, that's the thing. At that point, it's like we could just not accept a lot of things. And it's like, I don't know, what's the point, really?
Maybe it's just in the particularly in the past like 2 or 3 years. I've just grown so tired of having to deal with idiots that I'm just like, you know what, like do whatever, man.
That's fair, but I don't hold that position, even though I get extremely tired.
Looking at you, anti-maskers.
I mean, yeah, fair enough, but I'm not gonna let them fucking have that, you know?
Yeah.
They're gonna die, I guess. Oh. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on to comments. I'm depressed. So comments. Excuse me. Timothy Martin on the one D&D episode says, "Hey everyone, I totally agree with you guys that trailer did not say much to inform me about anything I like. Or sorry, anything. I like D&D regardless of the generation/type. That also goes for any other TTRPG. The DM can just use what they want to use because homebrew is a thing. So taking things out of the game in the general version of the system does not matter that much unless a person has to stick to only what is in the book you are reading. One of the biggest reasons why I love TTRPG games is the fact that you can do whatever you want. The sky is the limit, as they say. LOL. As for the one D&D computer thing, it sounds fine, I guess, but there is most likely no real need for it. But if people want it, then go for it, I say. All in all, great show, bros. Have a nice day. Smiley face, thumbs up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, have you seen the trailer? The one D&D trailer?
No.
Okay, don't watch it. It's not worth your time.
Oh.
It doesn't tell you much, and it's more a showcase for the upcoming virtual tabletop.
Oh.
Yeah. And then Unit Rico on episode 117, DM Secrets and Mistakes, says, BRB, making my own TTRPG based on that handing money to the DM for in-game bonuses idea, thinking of calling it Bribes and Bugbears or Gotcha and Gremlins.
Oh, I like Gotcha and Gremlins.
Yeah, that's really good. I like that. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to stop using medieval to mean the whole period that it really refers to. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know enough, so I don't use it unless I'm using it for specifically what idiots use it for, but I don't yell about it. Because it's like...
Yeah. So, like...
It's not worth my time.
I am not a medieval nerd, I'm a fantasy nerd, which means I use medieval to describe fantasy.
Exactly. And then... Lux, on last episode, says, the only read I can get on that trailer is that it's just a bunch of corporate people saying words. I guess that's pretty much what you said, so basically I agree. The virtual tabletop looks like it would do its job, but it's pretty unremarkable. Potentially graphically superior to Tabletop Simulator, but inferior to Tailspire. Overall, nothing to get excited about. Note, I'm only judging the trailer here. I have no idea how this one D&D will turn out, and the trailer doesn't help me with that. The FAQ is a bit more informative. I'll say that much for it, at least. That said, all it really amounts to is that they're going to playtest a bunch of Unearthed Arcana rules and look for feedback on it. And I will grant that that's a worthwhile endeavor. I don't think it's as grand as all this fanfare is making it out to be, as if it's ushering in a new era of civilization, but it's worth doing. I'm not against it. You could see what they're creating as a 6th edition or a 5.5 edition. I suppose you could see it as a revision to 5th edition. Whatever. They can call it what they want, but this isn't a life-changing concept that we must all gaze upon in awe. I won't rule out the possibility of personally getting involved in that playtesting either. I'm not saying I will or that I'm even likely to, but I'll consider it an option. Of course, one voice in the crowd isn't going to decide anything, but if enough people say the same thing about something, the designers would hopefully listen. At the very least, they would have good reason to. And if nothing else, if they can be convinced to flesh out magic items and item creation rules and make it easier to integrate magic items into a campaign, that would be an improvement that would go a long way for me. Bringing feats back as a mainstay of the system would also really help. It does seem that they are doing that, which is good. Of course, it's possible that they'll be selective about who they'll listen to, or else the crowd will lead them in a direction that diverges from my own interests. There is no guarantee against either of those things either. We'll see what happens. That all said, I don't foresee preferring the new edition, or rules set, or whatever you want to call it, over 3.5. Pretty much every fix I've ever liked for 5e has amounted to make it more like 3.5. However, if current system can at least, I like the capitalization of current system, can at least be made suitable to my interests, that at least puts me personally into a better position. Note, though I always talk about preferring 3.5 in reference to D&D, I do actually like Pathfinder 1e better. I still don't know much about 2e, but from what I've seen, I think I would prefer it over anything D&D has done since then. And a few other RPGs also sound like they would be higher on my list. 7th Sea stands out in particular. Another thing I appreciate about the FAQ is the note that you should continue using whatever tools you prefer, and everything about digital D&D is optional. Of course, it's not like they could stop me from using whatever I preferred if they tried, but it's good to see an indication that they won't try to design a system to force people to use their stuff. Not that they are guaranteed to uphold what they've said, but at least they've said it. I'm only judging the FAQ right now. I'll comment on what they actually do when they actually do it. And hey, look at that. I actually managed to pull a comment together for this. Is this madness or is it magic? Power is madness, and what is magic if not power? Armok consumes all, and all power will belong to Armok.
So it shall be written, so it shall be done.
Exactly. Thank you, Lux. It's not absolutely defined, but it's somewhere around 500 to 1500 AD, and the word just refers to the period of transition from the classical era to the early modern era, middle literally meaning in the middle. There you go.
What does evil stand for, aside from levels?
It's a good question. I think that was everything, unless there was a new comment when I didn't. No, it's all good. Yeah. That's all of that. How long? It's been like 5 hours? It's sick, dude. Well.
Short little video, in and out.
Yeah. We do these all the time. You know, these tiny little things. Barely anything to say, really. Probably could skip this one if you're at this point.
yeah, no, like, I legit was like, oh, it's Shadiversity. We'll say practically nothing. Oh, sure, I'll join for the whole thing. Yep. And then it kept getting worse, and then I spite watched.
Yep. I had way higher hopes. Way higher expectations, and I am just disappointed, honestly.
I was like, oh, it's Shadiversity. I can't count on one hand the number of videos of his that I did not like, because I don't recall a video of his that I've ever disliked.
First time for everything.
Yay.
So, on that depressing note, thank you to our patrons. That is Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick aka Unit Rico, Slazer, Steely, Drake Cross, Chris, Frozen Spaghetti, Kill Chrono, Lux the Oracle, and our Tier 1. Thank you all for your contributions to this death of our moods. Modern Latin medium avum is apparently the etymology of evil. There you go.
So it is literally the middle of evil.
Yes.
Oh no. So it's the middle of Avum. Sorry.
Right. Yeah.
What does Avum mean?
I believe in you.
I don't know.
That's okay.
I don't know. My brain committed like seppuku because death was preferable.
Yes, exactly. I see. I was gonna say if this had gone a little bit, like if this hadn't gone as long, I was like, you know what? I might just like do a digital distraction after and like stream a little bit of games, have a little fun. I don't feel like that. Ava means age. Literally means middle age.
Middle Ages. All right, cool.
There you go.
Does that mean the reason why? No. You know what? I'm not even gonna finish that joke. I was gonna tie it into a midlife crisis thing and make it funny, but like I can't. Just pretend that what I said was very
I was
funny.
laughing in pretend.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm also tired. Fair enough, Lex. But yeah, I was gonna do that, and then it's just like I'm broken, I'm dead, and I want die. That's all I want. I have D&D tomorrow. We'll see. Anyway, if you made it to this point and you didn't click off while we were being dejected and upset, good on you. First off, you should be applauded. And also, hey, you could consider and potentially do the subscribe thing to the channel. I know that there's new people that have subscribed, quite a few that I did not expect because of the one D&D thing. Or at least I assume that's why. Unless it's just a random spike. Either way, thank you to all of you. Tell your friends. I'm tired. Other than that, check the description for links and such for the videos themselves, the links. Obviously no harassing. We fucking disavow if anyone were to do that. So don't. It's not a thing.
You will be excommunicated.
Yes, excommunicatum will happen, and I will take a bolter to your favorite plushie.
And it will not be like John Wick 3 where the excommunicado was like actually just lame.
I didn't watch it, so I didn't.
Oh god!
I've heard bad things.
Oh, I heard bad things too. That was why I watched it, and I made it halfway through. I knew it was bad, and eventually, like my brain like started to hemorrhage.
Oh no!
There is a scene where a woman is firing an M9.
Yeah.
Would you like to guess how many bullets she fires out of that M9 without reloading?
How many?
23.
I was gonna say 20. I was actually going to say 20. Oh my god.
You still would have been too low.
Well,
I watched that scene 4 times.
Yeah.
Because I didn't believe it.
Yeah.
At first I thought it was like 36, and I was like, oh no. And then I saw her reload like real quick, and I was like, okay, that resets the counter.
Yeah. We haven't done a movie watch thing in a long time. We should really do another one of those.
We really should.
Yeah.
Which, you know what, by the way, so I, built a new computer.
Yeah.
Which means I don't have a bunch of the NVIDIA recordings of old digital distractions and stuff.
Well, I
have
have
a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
But I found a USB portable hard drive, and I was like, what are you? And I opened it up, and it's when we played Warhammer.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember. Yeah.
And I watched through it because it's legitimately actually kind of decent.
Ah.
And I'm like, oh, remember making that joke. Oh, I remember when Boo made that joke.
I think I still have the old file that I have, and I have the downloaded thing that Boo gave me that was like really bad quality.
I don't know if I have that one, and I have when we played Sir You're Being Hunted, and I know I didn't send you one of them.
You didn't send
Or-
me either of them, actually.
Cool. Would you?
I would
you
love
like
to,
them now that I
yeah.
can upload them like relatively in a decent speed?
Yeah. Don't do it to YouTube because the compression fucks it.
Okay, how would you like me to send it to you?
We'll have to figure that out because I don't actually know the best way.
Okay, because
and
like
also
I could, I'm not using this portable hard drive. I could mail it.
Yeah, honestly, if you wanted to mail it, you could totally mail it, and I'll just mail it back to you.
Okay, dude, like, frankly, keep it. Like,
Okay.
I'm not using it for anything. And no, actually, I would like it back.
I would figured you would, yeah. Anyway, you've heard it here first if you're at this point. Still.
Yeah, so expect a new TableTalk digital distractions or two in like a month and a half.
That's from like years ago.
When I mail a portable hard drive across the country.
That's amazing. Oh, I should make sure that my address is still accurate in the thing. I don't remember. Anyway,
I think. Oh wait, no, yeah, that was before you moved. Yeah, change it.
I'll make sure. If you try to harass him, your comment will be buried in a million other comments immediately, which will happen no matter what you post, actually. But yeah, still don't do it. I'm just saying it would be pointless anyway. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. It depends on notifications and stuff that he would get, and you might see it. But like, don't harass him anyway. Like, it's stupid.
The true deterrent to like harassment is the fact that like no one would care or even pay attention or notice. Like,
exactly.
Mediocrity and obscurity
yes
is the true assassin of being a shitter.
That's why we exist on the internet. And you people keep giving us your time of day. Thank you. I need to watch Sonic Boom again now. Do it. We should at some point. We were gonna watch Godzilla vs. Kong. That was a thing that we were gonna watch. I remember.
Dude, do you remember when we watched Dracula?
Yes, I still have yet to upload like a edited version of that for the channel, but the entire thing, hey, if you're at this point still, the entire thing is available for Patreon members. You can watch the whole fucking thing. It is like 4 hours or something because we paused and just talked for long portions.
It was really just a long table talk.
It really was.
Discussions and discourse. Like
it was a dismal depiction.
Oh, that's what we called it.
I believe so. It's either dismal or dreadful, but I think it's dismal. Let me go look at my files. Hold on. I have names. I know we should have ended long ago, but I'm busy. Dreadful. It's dreadful depictions. Sorry.
Okay.
Got on dreadful. Anyway, yeah, that's a thing. If you're a patron member, it's one of the posts. You'll find it. I believe in you. You're smarter than me, and also I'm tired. So yeah, that's it. Let's get the fuck out of here. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna go to bed before I watched Shad, and now I'm really fucking ready for bed.
Yeah. Goodbye, everybody.
Oh, yeah. Goodbye.
Goodbye.